Just before we get started, Deputy Mayor, would it be okay if I read out the safety procedures for today?
Yes, please do, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. So again, good morning from Council Chambers. Just before we begin, I'd like to go over the emergency response and evacuation procedures for this room. In the event of an emergency, everybody is required to evacuate through the nearest safe exit. Those in the gallery seated behind us should take direction from our security colleagues over to my left. Council, please follow me as we exit the building. After evacuating the room, please proceed to a stairwell, take the stairs to the ground level and evacuate through the emergency exits and go to the muster point, which is out in front of City Hall. Please do not take an elevator or walk through the city room. If there's anybody in the room with limited mobility, please identify yourself to security. And with that, I'll turn it back over to yourself, Deputy Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. We need to do a roll. I'm going to call this meeting to order. Yeah, and I think we do have quorum. So I'll go in order from right to left here. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Knack.
I like it, the pun from right to left. Good morning.
Councillor Principe, are you with us?
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Principe. Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Councillor Tang.
Morning.
The mayor, I don't believe, is joining us. I am present. Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel. No, not present. And Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Good morning. All right. So we've done roll call. I will acknowledge once again that we are meeting on Treaty 6 territory, the traditional Treaty 6 territory and Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as the Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Nakota Sioux, Blackfoot, and as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. Would you prefer we have do the expectations of the assembly again, Madam Clerk? The speech, what happened? Just everyone be nice to each other, part. And members who sit in the
Maybe as a starting point, could I just go over what all we still have left on the agenda for today and what decisions you've made? Just
absolutely.
So that
I'm still working on my first coffee of the day, so you go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So just a friendly reminder that I believe items 7.1 and 7.2, there was a request to go back to that item. There's a subsequent motion potentially. 7.3 has been deleted. 7.4 has been dealt with. There's still 7.5, 7.6, and 7.8 to be dealt with. The bylaw has been passed, and there are two remaining items. Item 9.1 was laid over from yesterday, and so that should be dealt with hopefully this afternoon to allow administration to complete the work required. And then item 9.2 is time specific at 1:30 this afternoon. And there are two motions pending at this time.
Thank you. So I know that the mayor in particular had a subsequent on 7.1 and 7.2. With the assembly's sort of consent, we can delay coming back to that one since it was just a subsequent. Then next in the agenda is item 7.5. Okay.
Yep, that's correct.
All right. So we'll start with 7.5. Councillor Rutherford, did you have questions or did you just wish to speak to this item?
Yeah, I mean, it came up from committee, so I don't know if you want to talk to for the chair of the committee to put the recommendation from committee on the floor.
Yeah, I can do that. Councillor Jans, could you put your recommendation on the floor on item 7.5, please?
So moved. Do you need me to read it out?
Sure.
Okay, that administration prepare amendments to zoning bylaw 2001 to address the following. Add section 3.12.2. Year-round shelters and seasonal shelters are not permitted on a site that abuts a site in a heavy industrial zone, as outlined in attachment 7 of the August 27, 2024 Community Services Report, CSO 2526. Number 2, limit the maximum floor space to the congregate sleeping areas within seasonal and year-round shelters. Number 3, add to section 3.12.1. This does not apply to year-round shelters and seasonal shelters.
Second.
Thank you. Did you care to give some remarks with respect to the discussion that happened at committee and why you're bringing this forward as an introduction?
Yeah, we had a comprehensive conversation. I don't know if I can truly do it justice this morning. I understand one of my colleagues selected this year, so I think they may want to have further debate about it. I believe it was requisitioned from committee. No, it wasn't requisitioned. Sorry, I think we then recommended it, and this is both a recognition about the need and trying to find space and opportunity, while also trying to right size in a sense the homes or the spaces so that we don't have a problem with concentration again.
All right, thank you. Councillor Rutherford, you selected this. Did you wish to ask questions on this item?
No, just to speak.
Okay, any questions on this item? All right, speaking, Councillor Rutherford.
I'm trying to get into eScribe to log in. Thank you.
Sorry, point of order.
Yes.
Sorry, this is Councillor Prince Bay. I was trying to sign in
Okay.
to ask a question. Sorry.
All right. Well, you have questions, so if you don't mind just holding that for a second, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Chair Hamilton. I just wanted to get a clarification with administration that this motion that's on the floor is not supported by administration.
Councillor Principe, what was in the report in terms of administration's next steps was the number 1 of the motion and number 3. So number 2 was some direction from Urban Planning Committee.
Okay, so administration has recommended number 1 and number 3.
That's correct, Councillor, yes. Part 2 would require further analysis. We don't yet have a recommendation one way or the other with respect to part 2 of the motion.
Okay, and then I just wanted to ask a question on if this could affect any kind of, sometimes when we have folks that we welcome to Edmonton that are displaced from fires and such, would this affect that at all?
When it comes to our emergency response, we have a contract with Red Cross, and they provide hotel accommodations for people who are in those emergency response situations.
Right, yes. But I just wanted to know if there's a possibility that this could impede that. Not the hotels. I understand that, but
no, it would
what
not.
would happen if we had to accommodate thousands of people in a very short time?
If we had to accommodate that large number, we have other facilities that we would open up. We have conversations with our post-secondaries, with our schools, and we would utilize those spaces first.
Okay, so this motion would not affect that then?
It would not.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Councillor Wright, questions?
Yes,
Yeah,
yeah,
okay.
thank you. Just as a follow-up to that, then, I think our emergency procedures for wildfire is different now. We aren't actually offering sleeping areas. Is that correct?
We are offering limited resting cots, things like that, but because we have that Red Cross contract, which is something that we haven't had in previous years, that has allowed us to work through them to get appropriate accommodation for people in these emergency response situations.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. I think that's all for questions. I'll now go to Councillor Rutherford to speak.
Oh, can I speak to the item? Because
I'm not closing.
Oh, you're not closing.
Yeah, so you can come on to speak.
Yeah.
Yes, okay. Councillor
Yeah,
Rutherford.
it would be Councillor Jans that would close. So thank you. I first want to thank my colleagues that are on Urban Planning Committee for sending this to council, even though it was within the authority and discretion of Urban Planning Committee to make that decision there. This has allowed me more time to have meetings with administration on this item, as well as get more context on the specific shelter project that is happening in the ward, and think about what I really want to say in these 5 minutes. I will have a subsequent specific to the shelter best practices guidelines, so I'm going to focus my comments on this item specifically on the land use piece and, quite frankly, the human piece. Administration, we discussed at committee the many, sorry, I'm just losing my train of thought. I think I want to start by going back to the zoning bylaw renewal. And I definitely had on my radar my concerns about residential use in industrial area. In fact, I had written questions about residential use in industrial area, in which I was told that wouldn't happen unless it was a hotel conversion. And to be fair, the way I worded the question was simply, will this be an allowable use in industrial zones? It is not an allowable use in industrial zones. So by technicality, what I got back from administration was true. Councillor Wright also asked a question about shelters in our written submissions and the change of use, and was told by administration that there would be minimal impact. So what we've actually done though, and I think I really need to highlight what was done with the zoning bylaw renewal, is we said, before the zoning bylaw renewal, shelters were classified as residential. During the zoning bylaw renewal, we removed shelters from residential to a community service use. And that opened up the door for any zone that allows for community service use to allow for shelters, which in and of itself is great because we do have a demand and we do have a need for more shelters in this city. But we are now saying that even on a temporary sleeping arrangement, we don't even allow hotels in some of these zones, that it's okay for our most vulnerable to be in these spaces. So I don't think that's a minimal impact, quite frankly. And I think it's a technicality that didn't open the space for that use in industrial areas. So I also want to highlight that has definitely broken some of my trust in the comprehensiveness of the information that we receive from council, because from administration, because had I had that fulsome understanding of that impact, I would have pushed harder during the zoning bylaw renewal. I would have made that more clear and explicit. And then if it's the will of council, as it will likely be the will of council today, great. But I didn't have that fulsome understanding. And so please take that as feedback. I also want to share some quotes that I've heard from people about specifically the land use and shelters in industrial zones. One resident emailed me and said, being connected to the Indigenous community, I thought about how putting extended relations in this kind of setting in industrial areas is healthy or reflective of truth and reconciliation. Another person said, this location is totally unacceptable for humans to live in. This is trying to warehouse people. The building is literally an old warehouse that used to sell electrical equipment in an industrial area with no services that people need, including public transit or even sidewalks. So while I know the motion on the floor was discussed at length at committee, and I understand, again, I mentioned before, the pressures that the city is facing, even the report, I'd like to highlight that even the report itself highlights and acknowledges how unideal these locations are. I simply cannot support this. I have no doubt that many factors are being taken into account by my other colleagues, and I have no ill will or sentiment for people that vote yes or no on this issue, but I cannot, in good faith, say I'm okay with that. So I will leave it there.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Wright to speak.
Thank you very much. I can't support this either, although I appreciate the restrictions looking at the limited maximum floor space. I think administration has just told us that more work would need to be done on that. We also heard at committee that there was no consultation with the industrial land owners as well. So I'm not sure what their thoughts are on it, whether they do have the space available. I think it conflicts with our industrial development plans. If there is vacant space, then why do we need to develop further? I think there's a conflict there. And while I recognize the need for emergent shelter space, I am concerned with it being in the industrial areas. It's not considered residential or for residential use under our city plan, which I understand is our guiding document. And so for those reasons, I can't support this either.
Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate the words so far. I'm a little bit confused by what I've heard versus what's on the floor here. But I'll wait to hear what Councillor Knack has to say, as this is closer to his neck of the woods. But the fact is that we're going to need to have space for emergency shelters, most likely. Numbers have not been going down, and so I don't see anything in this motion that prohibits that. It just may mean that we have more of those spaces and just less where there is a great number of people involved, if that's what passes. So as far as I understand, this motion is saying do not permit sites in industrial areas. And currently it is allowed. So I'm inclined to vote in favor of this motion. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Councillor Hamilton. So just to maybe clarify a little bit about that. So if this motion is defeated, the standard, what is approved currently in the zoning bylaw would be a shelter can be anywhere in any industrial parcel of land. That's what the current zoning bylaw allows for. If this motion is approved, then shelters would not be allowed beside heavy industrial locations, but still within industrial areas. So it is worth sort of clarifying that, just because I heard a bit of conversation around that point. There's also the part that's new. So 1 and 2 were 1 and 3 were the recommendations of admin. As we heard, point 2 was actually a point that was raised by Councillor Stevenson and wanting to have a conversation about making sure that we're trying to minimize having, a 300 or 400 person MAT program in a shelter, in any shelter, no matter where it's located. So with that in mind, I'm actually really supportive of these 3 changes, because I think a shelter at a minimum shouldn't be beside a heavy industrial land use. And I do think we need to have a real conversation about, the MAT program, and I know there's a move away provincially from that. This might help make that a little bit more clear. So that's why I'll support the motion, because I actually think it begins to address. But I do want to echo what I think Councillor Rutherford said. I do think we should have a conversation about whether shelters should be in industrial areas at all. I mean, right now they're allowed as per the zoning bylaw. I do have the same concern about warehousing folks. And maybe, I don't know what the subsequent is, so maybe that will get us to that conversation. Because I go back and forth, because on the one hand, we've had conversations with folks, and I mean, I know the recent one had conversations with some of the communities that I represent, and there's this tension because folks don't want a shelter right in their residential community, and yet that's probably the most humane location for it to be. So if we do make that change, if we want to make that change, which I'm open to having that, we need a really thoughtful way of having a dialogue with folks, because I think in principle, everyone would agree it's better to have a shelter in a residential area or on a commercial area like we did on Stony Plain Road in the West End. But I think when that proposal comes to your neighborhood or your block, people's opinions change very quickly. Which is, I'm not actually faulting anyone for that, to be fair. I think that would be a very natural reaction for almost everyone. But that is the tension right now that we're dealing with in a world where we have only one tool, because ultimately the province funds the shelters, ultimately the province will decide how they operate on a regular basis. Our decision is primarily what zone is appropriate for a shelter. So very open to the idea. I think for me, voting no to this actually leaves a worst case scenario, because it allows a shelter to be beside a heavy industrial area. I'm not sure that's an ideal situation, but I very much appreciate the conversation and the points that have been raised by some of my colleagues about should we just have that broader conversation. I think we could, probably should. We need to figure out how we do that thoughtfully and respectfully in a way that we can deal with all the nuance of a conversation like that. So all of it should be said is that I'm going to support these because I think these changes help make improvements, whether they go far enough to be determined, and I think that's maybe where we'll see what the subsequent is and ways to help us advance that conversation more thoughtfully. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Anyone else to speak before I go to closing? Maybe I'll ask Councillor Wright to take the chair.
Chair, take.
So I hear the humanitarian plea of some of my colleagues, but also I think this is, if this is defeated, I think it's a situation where we find ourselves taking, in an attempt to take one step forward, we take 2 steps back. I know we can prepare bylaw amendments very quickly, and I thank you for your I think administration for their speediness on it. But there's a knock-on impact that I think might end up being a longer conversation. I would agree at face value that shelter shouldn't be sort of defaulted or shouldn't be relegated to an industrial area by any stretch. But because I think this council opened up the opportunity to put shelters anywhere as a community use, you do need community uses in industrial areas, the potential for that. And if we start to take it from a allowed use into a discretionary use, then it creates all sorts of opportunities for appeal. And I think what the zoning bylaw did, for better or worse, was open up opportunity, but it also opens up a lack of surety. So, you know, I know some of my colleagues have said or are contemplating not voting for this, but I think it is a very reasonable thing to not put shelters directly adjacent to heavy industrial. And I think that there's a larger conversation there about those allowed use versus discretionary uses, and how we continue to make sure that that we create the land use opportunities within our city for all sorts of different uses, while you know, having a practical and humane approach to what those uses end up being. Anyway, I will support this, but I'm very curious as to what a subsequent might be. And as always, land use gets real spicy in the details. Anyway, thank you. I'll take the chair back, Councillor Wright. And I'll go to Councillor Jans to close.
Thank you. I'm torn because, well, if we do pass this, then it makes it easier for municipalities like Leduc and who Mayor Bob Young moved a motion this summer to cancel their shelter so that folks who need help in Leduc would be explicitly would be sent to Edmonton, and that's not okay. And in some ways, if we do this, it'll make it easier to create more shelters and more opportunities for them in Edmonton, which allows, again, folks like Mayor Bob Young to download the cost of provincial indifference and incompetence of our humanitarian sector onto the city of Edmonton and Edmonton residents. So on one hand, part of me wants to say no. This is Edmonton needs to, put in some controls and draw a line. But on the other hand, there's the pressing humanitarian crisis that we have ahead of us, and shelters are certainly not ideal. We need housing, but this is the, if we say no to shelters, there's really nothing else right now. And we have seen many times where the province or partners or others are trying to find shelter space, and there's been very limited options. And while not ideal, there are some industrial areas of our city that are zoned industrial that are very close to services, very close to transit, very close to others that have proven successful. So I think the balance for me in terms of supporting both the need for more housing, more beds, more spaces, getting folks out of encampments, providing safe, secure shelter is around number 2. It's figuring out some sort of a right size, a cap, the maximum floor space here, so that there can be a smaller number. All of us know that there's there's sort of a magic number. The bigger the crowd gets, the more chaotic it can get. And this, I think, makes it much more achievable, a little more disseminated around the city or the community, and stops so much of the co-location that's been a problem in the past. So I'm prepared to support it and look forward to hearing what the subsequent is. But really, this is, again, the region's got to do their part. The province has got to do their part. These are Band-Aids. These are not solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried 9-2. Thank you. Councillor Rutherford, do you have a subsequent?
Yeah, so the subsequent is that administration prepare a memo that outlines A, the current engagement and communication process, both required for the operationalization of new year-round shelter services, and how the best practices guide is advocated to providers related to engagement and communication, and B, the role of the city and the types of support administration provides or could provide to shelter operators in engaging with and communicating to community.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Do you want to introduce it?
Yeah, so I think it's important to highlight that the report that came to committee talked about both the best practices guidelines, or what used to be called the shelter standards, and is now the best practices guidelines, as well as this bigger conversation on the specific land use piece that we just dealt with. I think for me, the question with the shelter best practices guideline is, how do we ensure shelters are providing dignified support and ensuring that clients are integrated into the community, and what should or could the cities be doing in this role? Administration has already committed to doing the memo without a motion. However, I felt a motion was needed to get it on the public record, as I know many from areas I represent are looking to see those actions at this meeting. I think there are a lot of lessons and takeaways from what was happening with the opening of the Hope Mission on 149th Street that would have been facilitated under the previous shelter standards. For the purpose of this motion, I want to focus on communication and engagement. Recently, my office received a lot of valuable feedback from community members and stakeholders related to the new shelter, and this made me realize that even within our limited role, we can and should be doing better to ensure strong advocacy for what is in the best practices guideline. I will elaborate more on this in my closing remarks, but I wanted to share one quote from a community member which highlights the importance of this piece. As with any new neighbor, it takes time to get to know each other and figure out how to live side by side. Communication is central to this relationship. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Jans, you have questions?
Thank you for this, and certainly commend the mover for her engagement with her constituents on this issue. I guess where I'm a little worried is we passed I think what we're colloquially calling the provincial downloading motion that Councillor Nacken made, that we're drawing a line. And I worry here that, are we asking administration to do new work, spend money, or do effort, or in some ways elevate expectations of what the city can and should be doing, when really we need to put this back on the province, that if someone is complaining about a lack of support or service or anything else related to a shelter, we need to give them the minister's phone number.
Is this a question to the mover?
Yeah, sorry, to the mover.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that and been very clear with my community members about what is in our role. But I think, you know, in unpacking this a bit further, I think, as I mentioned in my opening, the city could have done more in advocating for the, at that time, what was the shelter standards with that specific entity. And so I think our role there could be enhanced. But also I think we have to recognize, as with many things, and I really appreciated what Councillor Tang said yesterday about, like it or not, we end up bearing the weight of these things. There is community, when this is not communicated properly to community, and I say communication intentionally, I think there's a big difference between communication and engagement. When it is not communicated intentionally to community, either through NRCs, through Net Team, through other mechanisms we have, just saying, hey, by the way, we are really building mistrust, and I'm seeing ripple effects of harm that this is causing in community. It is absolutely dividing a community right now, and I think that we as a city will end up owning that and owning that community harm. And we don't have to do a lot. This isn't asking for a ton of extra work. As I mentioned, administration is already willing to do this memo. I haven't asked for a report to come back. I've asked for a memo.
I think maybe I'm just in B, for instance, where it says provides or could provide. I'm reading too deeply into that, but I'm just like,
So in the
I'm thinking of an example in my ward where it's like the province didn't fund them for sufficient wraparound services. The province didn't fund security. The province didn't fund night patrol. The province didn't fund cleanup crews. The province just said you can have, here, like if it's sort of that, you can have any shelter you want as long as it's this one and here sort of thing. And I'm trying to think about, without throwing anyone under the bus, like, how do we make clear that, like, this is just like a hospital or a healthcare center? The province giveth and the province taketh.
Yeah, and I think, again, I'm just going to highlight that my motion is about a memo, and it allows for administration to speak to and give me language about why they might be hesitant to also be the communicator. So I think your point is well taken, and the memo allows for administration to express that as well.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Stevenson, on questions?
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, I really appreciate the spirit of this motion. I know for me, having some larger shelter spaces in the area, I think, relationships with surrounding properties and community is really important. I did want to, I felt like you just provided the clarity I needed, but I'm just going back to look at the wording. So I heard you say in response to Councillor Jans's questions that this is really focused on communication, not engagement. But I'm noticing that the wording of the motion does talk about engagement. So just wanted to get your thoughts on that.
I'm sorry, I was reading something off the side. I apologize.
No, that's okay. Just a question about whether, I think you were just speaking to this being a communication process rather than an engagement process, but the motion speaks to both engagement and communication.
Mm-hmm.
Just wanted some clarification on that.
Yeah, well, the best practices guide talks about engagement, so I think when I felt that it was important to include engagement and communication, because we say in our best practices guide, for example, that engagement with community should happen before a shelter opens. It doesn't elicit what, level of engagement, blah, 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 but that it is. So again, in reading this motion, it's saying outline what are the current processes for advocating to those providers to do that engagement and communication as per our best practices guideline.
Okay, yeah, and I think, I'm just reflecting on some of the conversations we've had around the good neighbor agreements. So maybe I'll just turn to administration for a moment. My memory is that we have moved away from or no longer requiring good neighbor agreements for other forms of non-market or other developments that support housing outcomes in our city. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so could you remind me sort of the purpose of that, why we moved away from that process? My memory is that it was just sort of related to equity, ensuring that we're treating all forms of housing, regardless of who they're serving, in a similar way to administration.
Yes, thanks, Councillor. We did send a memo back in March highlighting some of the reasons for this shift. The primary one, as you mentioned, is the equitable approach to various forms of housing. But also we found from some of the work that was done with providers that trying to enforce such a thing as a good neighbor agreement or a plan wasn't as practical as it originally was conceived. So we moved away from it. Still encouraging providers to make sure that they're providing community avenues to reconcile any tensions or conflict or concerns. But we don't have a formal requirement now for providers. We didn't in the past. I will say we didn't in the past discuss good neighbor expectations in the context of shelter provision. So that is one small difference that we didn't have in the past.
And that is maybe a tension that I feel too, because as has been said, shelter is not housing. It's a different it's a different form of land use. So just from your perspective, what are your thoughts in terms of having these expectations for shelters in light of the conversations we've had around more permanent housing solutions?
At this point, I would say we haven't done enough of the work to fully understand what the implications of requiring this for shelters specifically versus affordable housing providers would be. So I would be hesitant to comment on having a position on that.
Okay, no, that's fair. I appreciate it. Maybe just the mover. I mean, would you be open to this motion focusing more on communication rather than engagement? The point sort of being, I don't think your intent is for providers to go out to neighbors and ask if they can move into the area, but rather how they can be good neighbors. Is that a fair way of framing it?
So I am not amenable to that, first and foremost, because that would be a bigger conversation that we should have had about the best practices guideline, because as it is currently written, it is recommending that. So if we are saying we don't think that's a good practice, period, then we should be amending the best practices guideline.
Okay, appreciate it. Thanks.
Councillor Rice.
Thank you. So I appreciate the value of the engagement and communication brought to this motion. I do have a few clarifying questions to administration. I recall there was a report come back to front of council and when we changed the minimum house, the standards and to the best practice guidance. I recalled in the report and also the attachment is very clearly defined our city's law and next steps and in terms of what type of support, what city's role could provide to the service providers regarding the shelters. So administration, could you clarify that a little bit more?
Thanks for the question, Councillor. I think we have articulated in the Homelessness and Housing Services Plan that the City of Edmonton's role is primarily in responding to homelessness as a coordinator, convener, advocate, and limited funding partner. And so the space that we try to work in around emergency shelter services is by providing opportunities for dialogue between emergency shelter providers and community, making sure that we're creating space for opportunities to improve the delivery of services through the best practices guide, and continuing to communicate with the province and other stakeholders who are invested in the health and well-being of houseless Edmontonians to improve the way that services are delivered across the city.
So in that role, and also the next steps I record and articulated very clear and in the report provided earlier in the report to council. I'm a little bit concerned about is there any work is overlapped or repeated, and from this motion, the direction gave to you. Because the work is already articulated in the best practice guidance. And so right now, if we put this motion again, so that is, to me, is repeat ask and to administration to do something you are already doing right now. So is that fair to say that?
I don't know if it is repetitive, but I do think we'll get at some parts of this motion through the inquiry that the councillor made, where we'll outline the process and what was done specific to the Hope Mission West End site and how administration supported Hope Mission in connecting with community. And so maybe it would be helpful to clarify in terms of the engagement that's stated in the Shelter Standards Best Practices Guide. The City of Edmonton identifies 4 roles for the public in our engagement spectrum, and primarily what we would identify is that in respect to shelter providers outside of the regulatory process for engagement, what we would advise as best practice is really in that advise space, so providing opportunities for folks to identify where they might like more communication, and we'll certainly demonstrate how we did that in responding to the inquiry, if that's helpful.
So this is a little bit a larger concern. I heard from a larger concern ask the question earlier. So Home Mission and is not new service provider. So it's a long history. A service provider is already existing in the city and specifically in Chinatown. We have that operational for many years already. And then I'm not saying and what you're talking about there, oh, we have more engagement, we have more communication. So maybe my understanding is wrong. I assuming that type of engagement and communication with the community and from good labor perspective already in place for many years. So I'm not sure the memo here request is pass the information, because it's my understanding the memo is just asking the information already exists, is not provided the direction for the new work to be done. So maybe like the mover, can you provide a little clarification? Because memo is just collecting information already existing, is not provided the direction to administration to have the new work to be done.
I think there is, as is the memo, there's a request for new information here, and sort of a contemplation about that. So, for example, it says, how is the best practices guide advocated to providers related to engagement and communication, as well as how we could provide shelter operators with support. So I think we have the best practices guideline, but it's silent on the kind of the back end of that, and this memo would provide that on a more comprehensive basis than just the one case study as per the inquiry.
Yeah, my time is up. Thank you for the answers.
Thank you. To the mover, so usually subsequents sort of fall on debate and don't generate new questions. This is, I'm not speaking to it, but would you consider withdrawing this and giving notice of motion? Because it seems like a lot of your colleagues continue to have questions on this,
Yeah. I mean, I'm a little bit disappointed with the amount of questions, because as I mentioned in my opening, the administration was already willing to do this memo, but I just wanted the ability to speak to it, knowing that the community. So I didn't think this was going to generate this much conversation. I'm at a loss right now. It's simply a memo. So that admin was already going to do.
Yeah, so you could withdraw it if there's already a memo coming. Then we may not need to pass anything. But if we do need to pass something, then it might give you the opportunity to give notice at the end of this meeting and precondition it with some of your colleagues who
I'm not willing to withdraw it.
Okay. All right. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe just on. Okay, the way that the motion is currently worded, does it give to administration? Does it give you the ability to come back and say, like for the first part? Like I'm hearing the concerns from other colleagues around the engagement piece. I understand there's a reference to engagement in the best practices guide. I wouldn't say it's a directive. It's more of an optional, suggestion that some engagement can happen with the community. It's not required. First of all, is that correct? Is my understanding of what's in the best practices guide correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. So could this be an opportunity to really clarify that information when it comes back in a memo? And for the second part, what I'm really reading is there's a desire for like role clarity. What is the city's role? What is not the city's role? And does it give you the parameters and flexibility to really explain that? Because if it isn't the city's role to do a lot of engagement, I think it's fine to make that clear.
Yeah, I think it allows us to do that on Part B. Sorry, could you restate your question around Part A?
Yeah, on Part A, I guess I'm hearing and I share some of the concerns from colleagues that, it should, my read is that it's really focused around communication. It's not supposed to be focused on engagement, but I'm also hearing from the mover that there's explicit language in the best practices guide around engagement. What I'm asking is, can this help provide collective clarity around what those expectations are for the engagement side of things versus the communication side?
Sure, I think that we can do that. I would just offer that the best practices guide, and I'm sorry if I'm repeating myself from committee, but the best practices guide, like the city is not a funder or regulator of emergency shelter operations. So what I think we would do is try to articulate practically what that looks like in action, noting that emergency shelters are quite unique on a site-by-site basis, and the type of support that administration would provide to an operator is really site-dependent. So it's not the same for every proposed new site and or seasonal temporary site. And so I don't know if it will give you the clarity of like an A to B process.
No, but I guess even what you just said,
okay.
I think that provides clarity in and of itself, that there isn't sort of a consistent across the board approach, and importantly that this is not primarily the city's role.
Yeah, I would agree. I think like what we will end up doing is probably highlighting all of the different stakeholders that we would consider connecting an operator to and the advice that we would provide them to sort of undertake that communication and the support that we would provide, noting that it will differentiate based on the situation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Wright.
My questions have been answered. I've been trying to get off the list.
Okay. All right, I think that concludes questions. Speaking, I know Councillor Tang's on to speak. I'd ask anyone else who's on to speak to sign up now, please. Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you very much. Appreciate the spirit and the mover for bringing this forward. I know that we're kind of almost wordsmithing a little bit of this subsequent. On page 22 of the standards does very much have that I would say recommendation to providers for conversations with their neighbors and how to be a good neighbor without explicitly stating, the good neighbor agreement. I will support it. I think there's a bit of a nuance in what the councilors or the mover, I think, is looking for and trying to delineate this line of like what is our responsibility and what is not. I think a lot about our recent not recent, but lots of the downloading conversations we've been having, shelters is absolutely one of them, and housing and houselessness is one of the situations where we have very limited tools and funding to address them, yet the conversations are happening in this chamber, it's happening with council members over the phone, over the email. And I think that's because residents don't have the proper conduit to express their thoughts. And I think this memo will help us understand what the tools we have in getting back to, in responding to residents. And I think it's an interesting dynamic when we have issues that are not within our control, yet we are tasked with answering questions and engaging and conversing and trying to empathize with neighborhood and community who are rightfully so have concerns about impact. So, I think if the memo can provide more information about the tools that we have, I think that's good. But it just simply highlights this tension that we've been struggling with on so many issues. And at the end of the day, city government is the level closest to the residents, is the one that's most accessible, that's most open, and willing to engage. And residents are coming to us with these kinds of feedback. So I think that's why I'm going to support it, because I feel like it will offer us that information. I also, this whole conversation actually reminds me a few weeks ago at Executive when we had Jasper Place Wellness here, who has been very vocal about good neighbor agreements actually don't really accomplish the things that they're meant to accomplish, yet they go out of their way to engage the surrounding neighborhoods because not out of a sense of what's required of them, but because that's the right thing to do. And, wouldn't it be nice if more providers did that? And I think many of them are doing that. And if we can kind of continue to encourage, rather than mandate, encourage these conversations to happen, I think it will serve a better outcome for everybody. So thanks to the mover for putting this forward.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in the past few days, we had lots of conversation, and I heard so many times about the word of downloading. I'm a little bit concerned we keep using this word. So the reason for me to say that, yes, 3-level governments, we have a different jurisdiction, we have different authorities, and even clearly defined in Municipal Government Act. So I worked in government of Alberta as public servant, and specifically in the community service support, the branch of the homeless support. Speak to my own experience by working in the government of Alberta as public servant to support service providers and provide based on the program and the services provincial government provided. So it's nothing about the party. I worked under 3 parties, BC Party, NDP, and UCP parties. From my own experience and everybody and working there in the program and service provider area, and really put a lot of effort to address the needs from our community, from vulnerable populations, and also to try our hard as much as we could to ensure service providers has the support they needed to engage with community and communicate with community. So when we use downloading word, I think we have to look at what approach and from municipal perspective we used, what intention we are demonstrated for certain sense. For me, and it's more about how we could collaborate together to really to work hard to achieve that common goals. We want to make sure our service providers, and then at the provincial level, they called community-based organizations. They call the CBOs. So we have different terms, but for those service providers and how they have sufficient support from different level of government to really do their job and to provide services, and our vulnerable population community group need it. And so I'm not comfortable to use that downloading word, because that is also reflect on our side and what is our intention, how our city municipal to demonstrate our work to collaborate and with different orders of government and to achieve that goals. And I think everybody work towards that, include service providers. So I understand. I understand how those words to be used. I also understand we try our best, and we want the service provider to get the help and from our city to really provide the best services. That is why our city is doing like best practice guidance and try to clear our roles and try to clear our works and how we can provide the best support and to service provider at the same time, best support to the communities. So it's my understanding, and based on the conversation earlier we had, that best practice guidance and the lake steps and our city's laws is very clearly articulate and in the document. So I'm looking forward our city to move forward with what we intended to do, and that articulate in the best practice guidance. So that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Councillor Hamilton. Appreciate the discussion on this, and a few thoughts just based off some of the points I've heard from a couple speakers on this is that I think maybe just to the last points first, I think for me, when I think about the terminology and the phrasing of downloading, it's not meant to be so antagonistic. Really, it's just a factual statement about what is actually happening. You know, I was at a RMA event about 3 weeks ago where the president of RMA was using that term very regularly. It's what we see from Alberta municipalities in RMA. It's just trying to make sure we acknowledge the real impacts this has. And I mean, I think about and part of why I think we need to have this conversation, and this ties into that notion of downloading, is I'm actually going to give a lot of credit to the mover of this motion, because, you know, I think about even their work on Sunday was essentially downloading. Our council colleague was asked to be in a meeting with community leagues about a shelter that is not our responsibility, that is not our jurisdiction, that was originally scheduled for an hour and a half, that became a 2.5 hour long meeting. And she was the lead of that. Why is the mover the lead of that conversation? The shelter's not her responsibility. It's not her jurisdiction. It's not our jurisdiction. But we do it because that's, of course, the right thing to do. And councillors, as we have always shown from all orders of government, or from all municipalities across this province, we do that work because communities are looking for someone to speak to. And so in this case, the mover of the motion took the lead and said, hey, we're going to have that conversation. We need to have that conversation because people were angry. You know, we have tangentially all been seeing some of the emails that have been coming in from that one community where the shelter's close to. And being able to be sort of, because there were a few communities that were represented from the ward I represent at that meeting, I had the privilege of sort of sitting in the background while I watched her masterfully go through and try to acknowledge people's legitimate feelings, understand what the challenges were, trying to work with a shelter operator to make sure they were better communicating to the community, because I think that wasn't working so well, all of which isn't her job. But it's sort of our job, because that's sort of what we do. So I think It's tough, and I think this memo could be really helpful because it's hard to communicate that. You know, I've seen even since that meeting, there weren't people at that meeting, but there have been people who've posted on Nextdoor app, and you know they do the Spider-Man finger pointing meme where everyone is pointing their finger at one another, the shelter operator, the province, and the city, because it always feels like when we raise this that we're solely doing that to point the finger at the province, when in reality. We have consistently and regularly over the last many years now been involving ourselves in an area that needs all orders of government working together. So I think this is, you know, I know we spent a lot of time on a memo, a motion to provide a memo that was already going to happen. But I think maybe it is sort of good. Now I'm convincing myself that I almost like that this took as long as it did to debate a memo, because I think in a way it's going to help the communities understand some of the challenges we're dealing with, is that we try every way possible to bring folks together, to do it collaboratively, and yet the communities aren't feeling really heard right now in a lot of this stuff, and sometimes they'll be caught off guard. So yeah, well, you know, so I'll support this. I think we've got a lot of work still, as you've heard me say a million times when talking about this motion, or this topic, this theme. Hopefully we can get to a place that when those types of meetings happen in the future, that there is a way to have someone from the government at those meetings too, to make sure they're hearing those voices and have the opportunity to speak to the committees and to the residents, and make sure that they know what we are dealing with each and every day, trying to help them as best as we can. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Jans.
I just wanted to say I'll support the recommendation and close by reading a quote from Minister Mike Ellis, who was Deputy Premier at the time, who earlier this year said, "Alberta's government cares deeply about vulnerable Edmontonians, and we will always ensure that anyone who wants shelter and supportive services will receive it." And I think we need to hold them accountable for that statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Rutherford to close.
Yeah, thanks. I had a whole bunch of prepared closing statements, but given the debate and the closing comments, I feel like I've had to pivot a bit here. I think I want to start with the Good Neighbor Plan. And again, I'm going to reference the meeting that I was at with Councillor Knack and community leagues, where I specifically highlighted, because it was my motion actually that moved us away. One of them, there was two that moved us away. I was transparent with them, but that is for affordable housing and supportive housing. Shelters, as we've mentioned, are now no longer considered housing. They're a service use. So I don't think it's fair to treat those two things in one sense as similar and in another sense as unique. You know, words are just words on a page. And that is what our shelter standards, or now, you know, acknowledging our limited role, community best practices guide, shelter best practices guidelines is. And we don't really have authority. And I acknowledge that, and I've said that to community. But this memo specifically asks for, how are you bringing this piece of paper? Why do we even have this paper if we're not going to actually have any role in advocating for what's in that paper? And so I'm asking for how are you bringing this paper to life in the first part? And in the second part, I'm saying the shelter standards existed before the one specific example in my ward. And yet, I've heard from the provider, they were never told to reach out to other communities surrounding the shelter. I was told that in the conversation of the rezoning, which only happened because they wanted a bigger shelter, wouldn't have even had to do rezoning, that no one, including administration, thought that the nearest residential neighborhood, which is 7 blocks away, people's houses backing right onto that industrial area, should have been notified, that community league should have gotten a postcard. And the feeling from community is it was intentional omission. And I am picking up the pieces of that. And that is in our role. And so I think, as I mentioned in my opening, we can and should do better. Should we take on what is not our role? We wouldn't do with a hospital, we wouldn't do, but if a hospital was opening in the ward, I sure as heck know there would be more communication that a hospital was opening in the ward from everybody, right? So I don't think that's fair to say. There is severe lack of trust, and that trust isn't just to the government of Alberta. It's not just to Hope Mission. That ick has fallen on city administration and frankly me as the councillor in that area. And that is why this motion is needed today. You know, right now I'm just gonna look at my time and sort of recompose myself here. You know, and I get it. I get the tension we feel. I don't want to create a situation where shelters are asking permission to be in community. That's not the intent of this. But I think that with the lack of information, what I've learned, that it's fueled surprise, fear, distrust, and anger. It has broken trust in the absence of information, and this distrust thrives when we don't bring community along. I've heard both the people that want the shelter and people that don't want the shelter. And in fact, even at that meeting that Councillor Knack referenced, one of the community league was like, we have spare plots of community garden that we would like your clients to be able to use. Like, there was positives and opportunities that also came out of that meeting that we are missing in not engaging community. I think we're so set on that engagement means we have to defend why a shelter is there, rather than saying, how can this shelter be a part of community? How can this shelter work with community? How can community support the shelter and make those community members feel welcome? And that was actually the tenor of a big part of that conversation. So I think we need to remember that too in this piece and what the spirit intent of this memo would be. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Please vote.
We're just waiting for one more vote.
No.
Thanks, Councillor Rice. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried 10 to 1. That concludes everything on 7.5. Councillor Wright, you still have questions on item 7.6, the ride transit program?
Yes, please.
All right. Do you need a presentation, or
No.
do you? Okay. All right. I turn the floor over to. Actually, is there a motion? Who's the? Councillor Paquette, you're the vice chair. Do you want to put the motion on the floor and introduce it, please?
Yes, I'll have to see it though.
Yeah. Thank you. There you go.
Okay, that the mayor on behalf of City Council seek a meeting with the government of Alberta to discuss maintaining the ongoing sustainability of the ride transit program. And
Just a
no
second, we
introduction.
need a
I think it's
seconder.
very
We
straightforward.
need a second.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Go ahead, introduce, please.
Yeah, I was going to say no introduction. I think it's very straightforward. We've had this conversation quite a lot already.
Okay, Councillor Wright, questions?
Yes, I realize there has been extensive conversation on this matter, but something else did come to light at the Accessibility Advisory Committee meeting that I attended earlier this week. And it's in regards to those with visual impairment. And apparently there is some sort of an agreement with CNIB on a national basis. And I just wanted to get some more information on that from administration. And one of the comments that I had heard from someone on the committee who was visually impaired is that he didn't think that it was right that just because of his disability that he should be getting to ride for free. And I just wanted some more information on the on that agreement.
I can get started, Councillor Wright, and then we've got Carrie on the line as well, who can elaborate from a transit perspective. But this has been a long-standing practice among transit like across the country. I believe it stems from like a legal case on human rights, but I'm not entirely sure just yet. But there is a national agreement with the CNIB with the intentions of removing barriers to access for those types of riders. So it's with the right intentions to open up accessibility for those with impairments or visual impairments. So we believe it came from a human rights case. We can look into that. But happy to elaborate further, and I can hand it over to Carrie as well.
No, I think you've covered it all. We could dig in and see what's the history on it. But as far as I know, and I've worked in a couple of different transit services, and based on conversations with my colleagues, it's common practice. And again, I think the intent is just to remove those barriers. It's something CNIB had negotiated. It might also be worth advising the rider that they could talk to CNIB. We're working really closely with them and collaborating, and they may have some history they could share too.
Okay, so if it's arising from a human rights complaint, wouldn't that apply to others with other disabilities?
What we're saying is we'd have to check with CNIB. We can also engage our legal services and see if that was the origin of it. It's been around for a very, very long time. And that's just speculation on my part that it may have some roots in that kind of human rights process. I'm not 100% certain, but we could undertake that research if needed.
Okay, and then that would just be a memo back to council then on that, or?
I can, yep, I
We
can
could
do
probably
that.
just do it like an email as well, if that's easier. Like we could work with our colleagues. Hey, where did this come from? Knowing that it's not Edmonton specific and it's across the transit industry across the country, we might have to do some. So it might not have origins in Edmonton, but we could probably find out where did this come from, and then email you along with council to say this is where this came from.
Okay, and then my understanding too is there have been some changes. Apparently Vancouver is now just sort of doing a $10, I think, annual pass or something. Because my other concern that I, at the meeting was, are we, and I thought about this afterwards, but as far as the data, as far as ridership goes, but like for them to have to use an ARC card to count the number of times that they're riding. But that's done with the people counters or whatever, right?
Yeah, we have automated passenger counters that help us collect our ridership data, and then we do in-person counts. The ARC data is just a third data set that we use. I'm less concerned about that. We can check in with TransLink about whatever changes they have made. There's others, just fair warning, like there's other groups that I know the Edmonton Police Service, as an example, can use our service without needing fare product, and there's others on Remembrance Day. We allow veterans to use our service. And again, this is consistent across Canada, not unique to Edmonton. So if you're wanting us to dig into that stuff, we can do that. Obviously follow direction of council, but just wanted you to be aware that there's others too.
Okay, I would appreciate that just so that I can provide some additional feedback and follow up to Accessibility Advisory Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that all?
That's all I had.
All right. Anybody to speak to this item? And to close, Councillor Paquette.
Oh, sure. This was a recommendation from committee, and I think that it probably overlaps on a lot of other things that we're going to do as far as advocacy with the province for different issues, maybe even the same issue. But that is yet to be determined. So I think that passing this is probably okay, and probably fits in with our just ongoing advocacy. It just, I think that the intent here was just to ensure that the ride transit program was front and center as far as that equity and human rights piece. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote.
That has carried 11 to 0.
All right, thank you. That concludes item 7.6. We now go on to item 7.8, Dutch elm disease in Edmonton, verbal report. I would imagine there is a presentation. I'll give our presenters a moment to come down.
Yes, we have a presentation to go through.
Good morning. We had to come all the way from the top, so it took a bit to come down. So
It's all right. Go ahead.
thank you. Good morning, councillors. My name is Caitlin Zarabeski. I'm the Acting Director of Parks and Road Services. With me today, I have Mark Beer, Director of Infrastructure Operations, Darren Grove, General Supervisor, Open Space Operations. We also have representatives from Waste Services and Legal Services online to be able to answer any questions. First, I wanted to start before we go into the details of the presentation, just highlighting the excellent work that's occurred since August until today in regards to our response to Dutch elm. So the folks that are sitting here, Mark and Darren, as well as the teams in forestry, IPM, as well as our communication staff, have really exceeded and gone above and beyond in being able to articulate what's happening, diagnose what's happening, identify what's positive, and then the reactions and what we're doing after, and the actions that we're doing afterwards. So it's exemplary from leadership all the way down to the foresters and the arborists who are doing the removals. Today, the intent of the presentation today is to provide you an update on where we're at, what we're going to be doing, and then what are some next steps that we need, as well as asking you folks for some help around what can be communicated out and what your constituents can expect and some information for them. So happy to turn it over to Mark. He's going to provide a status on the Dutch elm disease in Edmonton, and we'll let Mark walk you through the rest of the presentation.
Thanks, Caitlin. Morning, Council. So I've got about a 10-minute presentation, and the goal is to provide as much information as possible, hopefully answer some questions up front, but then we'll be able to take questions at the end if there's anything that remains unanswered. So elms have become a much beloved tree to Edmontonians and are regarded as a staple within our city's landscape. They're not native to this region, but are often chosen for planting in yards, boulevards, and other developed areas because of their wide shady canopies and their hardiness. Dutch elm disease is a fungus that affects the vascular system of elm trees. It spreads between neighboring trees through banded elm bark beetles, which can carry the fungus, or through root grafts, which occur naturally as tree root systems connect underground. An elm tree infected by Dutch elm disease will quickly decline as the fungus causes water and nutrient movement to be blocked within a tree. Annual elm tree mortality typically reaches 7 to 12% once the disease is well established and left uncontrolled. However, with proper control measures, population level mortality can be reduced to approximately 1%. The city's robust and proactive approach to inspections help to identify the first cases early. We have an established action plan for responding to this situation, and we're working with other orders of government, including the Canadian Food Inspection Agency and the Government of Alberta, to limit the spread. Diversifying the canopy is also an important part of reducing the disease and its impact and its spread. Since 2019, the city has limited the number of elms used in replacement planting to less than 15% of all of our replacements, which accounts to less than 900 trees per year. And they're typically only used in those harsh growing conditions such as hardscapes or where other trees have been unsuccessful in growing. Elms are still being planted through capital and developer projects. However, during design review, species diversity is encouraged, but these are guidelines and not mandatory. So a little bit about the banded elm bark beetles. So these were first found in Alberta in 2006, and they're regularly found in Edmonton. And they're not a concern in and of themselves, but they happen to inhabit an infected tree. They can carry the disease with them as they move onto other trees. With a quick action and careful monitoring, it's possible to isolate affected populations and effectively remove them from the environment with the trees they're inhabiting. So for example, in 2020, 2 infected trees were discovered in Lethbridge. They were removed and the city has not had any confirmed cases since. Our integrated pest management team carefully monitors banded elm bark beetle populations along with many other types of insects and other pests. And we do this through traps, through visual monitoring, and through lab analysis of tree samples. Between 2021 and 2023, as you see on the slide, the number of captured beetles grew from 2 in 2021 to 19 in 2023. And it looks like a large increase on the graph. However, the jump is likely due in part due to increased monitoring that the crews are doing because of the capabilities within the integrated pest management program. Current numbers are still relatively small when compared to the estimated number of beetles in the surrounding areas, but our populations are expected to increase with continued monitoring and the effects of climate change. City staff met with representatives from the Canadian Food Inspection Agency and the Government of Alberta on Monday. The CFIA indicated that they learned a lot from the Lethbridge detections in 2020, and they're using that experience as a reference for this situation. Given the relatively low number of cases and the city's response, they're treating this as an isolated incident and are satisfied with the current course of action. We'll continue with additional surveillance beyond the Dutch elm disease protocol zone, and if the number of infections climbs, we'll likely need to implement additional controls. Okay, next to discuss the affected area. So that's what we're displaying up on the map here. 2 symptomatic trees were initially discovered by pest management staff during routine inspections on August 2nd. 1 city-owned tree and 1 on private property. Staff took immediate action to follow the city's pre-established response plan. This included sample testing and notifying the Canadian Food Inspection Agency. An additional dead city-owned tree was suspected of infection but could not be confirmed due to lack of living tissue to sample. As a precaution, it was removed in accordance with the recommendations for an infected tree. 2 additional cases of Dutch elm disease were confirmed by the Alberta Plant Health Laboratory on August 29th, and the Canadian Food Inspection Agency publicly confirmed the first occurrence of the disease in Edmonton on August 30th. To date, a total of 4 trees in the Killarney and Yellowhead Corridor East neighborhoods have been confirmed positive for Dutch elm disease. Their locations are marked by the red dots on the map. For any positive identification of Dutch elm disease, a 1-kilometer radius is established around the tree, with additional protocols implemented within that zone to prevent the spread of the disease. The green dots on the map show all city-owned elm trees within that 1-kilometer radius. Private trees are not shown except for the 1 confirmed case. The yellow X's show trees within the zone that have not tested positive but have been proactively removed since we became aware of the presence of Dutch elm disease. These removals took place for 2 reasons. So the first, many were already marked for removal due to poor condition, unrelated to Dutch elm disease. And the removals in this area have been prioritized to reduce beetle habitat immediately. Second, the elms within 40 meters of an infected tree were also removed due to the potential of spreading through the roots. Please note that due to the scale of the map, present elms and removals are not all individually visible within the protocol area. A detection and assessment update. City employees are taking active steps to limit the spread of Dutch elm disease through Edmonton's urban canopy in coordination with the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, the Alberta Ministry of Agriculture and Irrigation, and the Society to Prevent Dutch Elm Disease. While Dutch elm disease has a high mortality rate and ability to spread, outcomes can be vastly improved with management. The figures on the slide are from Friday, September 6th, however, they're still accurate. The city has completed visual inspections on 631 elm trees in the affected neighborhoods. And as of yesterday afternoon, we've identified and taken samples from 40 trees that showed potential symptoms of Dutch elm disease. Of the 40, 3 city-owned trees on public land and 1 privately owned tree have been confirmed positive for Dutch elm disease. These are the 4 that we were talking about initially. 1 additional city tree is suspected to have had the disease but was already dead and could not be properly tested. 25 trees have confirmed negative for infection, and we're waiting on results for 10 samples to be processed. Visual surveys by the city crews are ongoing in the affected areas to identify any other city or privately owned trees that may be displaying signs and symptoms of the disease. Any trees showing signs or symptoms are being tested for infection. Inspections and sampling for all trees in these neighborhoods is estimated to be completed by the end of the month on 30th of September. The city is also working to improve overall tree health, which will help to reduce the spread of the disease. This includes increased pest and disease assessments, increased monitoring and prescribing insecticide treatments to reduce insect population. Fungicide application is being planned for non-infected elms in order to protect trees citywide. An update on removals and mitigation. So as of yesterday, September 10th, 3 infected city-owned trees have been removed from public land and 21 proactive tree removals have been completed. No trees have been removed from private property. The removal of dead and dying elm trees is important as the beetles which spread the fungus under the bark of dead and dying elm wood. Trees that are confirmed to have the disease along with any adjacent elm trees are being removed because the known spread through root grafting. We also are increasing sanitation pruning this fall within the 1 kilometer protocol zone and adding resources to ensure that elm stumps are ground out and not left in the ground. City crews are ensuring proper disposal of all diseased and non-diseased elm wood and chips. The infected tree remains on private property in the Killarney community, though the property owner has been notified and discussions are ongoing. Treatment and removal of privately owned trees will be determined in consultation with the provincial government and the city's legal team. Under the Agricultural Pests Act, the city has the authority to compel property owners to take action that may be necessary to prevent the establishment of or control the destruction of Dutch elm disease. This includes pruning, maintenance, or removal of trees and deadwood. The Agricultural Pests Act also requires property owners to prevent, control, or destroy any regulated pest on their property, which includes Dutch elm disease. So next steps. The city has been preparing for the potential arrival of Dutch elm disease for over a decade and has continually offered educational resources, including web pages, social media posts, and educational presentations to school programs, community leagues, and other stakeholders. Most recently, in 2023, the city developed new materials for owners of elm trees on private property. Urban foresters have been delivering these materials to residents as they conduct a citywide inventory of elms on private property to help prevent the spread of Dutch elm disease and respond to positive cases. The city plans to continue conducting ongoing assessment and evaluation, including visual surveys and drone footage of all elms in the impacted and surrounding neighborhoods. Any trees showing suspected signs or symptoms are being tested to determine if they're infected. However, it is important to note that seasonal leaf loss makes detecting Dutch elm disease more difficult. Pesticides are applied to city trees where appropriate and proactive. Targeted tree removal to reduce the habit of beetles that spreads the fungus will continue, and will also not be using elms for replacement planting in any affected areas at this time. All inventoried open space and boulevard trees are assessed every second year. So the trees on the east side of the city were assessed in 2024 as part of urban forestry's regular work plan. Trees in poor condition are marked and elms will be prioritized for removal in the fall. Additionally, elms growing in locations that are difficult to access for maintenance and monitoring are being considered for removal. Elms are regularly pruned every 5 years to ensure ongoing tree health. Okay, last slide. How Edmontonians can help. The city is prioritizing the inspection and care of public elms in order to help stop the spread of Dutch elm disease and minimize the impacts to our urban canopy. But we need help to ensure that privately owned trees remain safe and healthy too. Dutch elm disease is a serious concern, but it can be managed with proper care and control. So we're asking residents to help by keeping an eye on elm trees in their neighborhood and to visit edmonton.ca/dutchelm to learn how to identify an elm tree and what signs and symptoms to watch for. Other ways Edmontonians can help. Do not bring firewood from other jurisdictions. Burn it where you buy it. Beetles that carry Dutch elm disease were likely transported in firewood, and that's how it arrived in Edmonton. Report trees with signs or symptoms to 311. Call an ISA certified arborist if you suspect trees on your property may be infected. Prune elm trees only between October and March when spread is less likely. Dispose of all elm wood and tree parts immediately, and please bring it to the Edmonton Waste Management Center only. It'll be accepted free of charge from residents and at regular rates from commercial customers. Residents can also burn the wood and all tree parts if they can do so safely. Councillors can help by sharing this information on what residents can do and what the city is doing to control the spread of Dutch elm disease. Administration will continue to provide updates to Council through the Parks and Road Services weekly update email with information on progress, testing, and additional infections if they're found. Administration will also work with City Council to address funding needs if necessary, and will continue to offer educational resources to Edmontonians on what they can do to help contain the spread. This concludes our presentation for today, and we're happy to answer any questions that you may have at this time.
Thank you. That was a very comprehensive presentation. Councillor Rutherford, you selected this. I'll go to you first.
Yeah, I have questions, but I'm happy to also just move receipt of information. So we start with the motion on the floor.
Sure.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Rice.
I don't think I need to introduce. I'll just ask some questions. First of all, thank you for this. It's quite concerning. You talk about the expanded areas because you showed that map and it showed Lauderdale. It looks like there's no infections in Lauderdale now. But I've also started to see activity in like Calder and other neighborhoods that are adjacent. So that's the bigger sort of just the testing that's happening. So if community members are asking my office, that's testing that's happening right now in those areas, or is that completely unrelated?
It's somewhat related. So the priority was in the affected areas to do a complete scan of those areas and to test those trees that were showing the signs and symptoms. So the reason that we were there in August was part of the annual inspections that Integrated Pest Management team does of all of our trees within the inventory on an annual basis. So the work that's ongoing could be related to adjacent neighborhood scanning or part of their regular work plan as well. So they know the signs and symptoms to look for, and if they see something that are indications, then that's when they're doing the tests.
But we feel at this point that through the monitoring that it's at least not, like we're not seeing a huge spread into those.
No, these are isolated incidents. So what we're seeing, Councillor Rutherford, is the teams are really concentrating on that 1 kilometer protocol radius that we referenced in the presentation. The other monitoring and assessments that they're doing are part of the normal work, and those arborists are also certified to be able to look for those things as well.
Sure, and I appreciate the diversification that's happened, because there are some neighborhoods where, they're, a huge percentage Dutch elm. And then other, but that we've started to diversify that in, was it 2019?
That's correct. In 2019, we stopped planting ash and we started to decrease our reliance on elms. So elm and ash are the 2 highest types of trees that we have within the city, which are also susceptible to disease with Dutch elm disease and emerald ash borer.
Okay. What about baby elms? So I got to talk about the babies. And again, I'm just thinking about it's closest to me. The Calder neighborhood renewal would be kind of within that general vicinity and has had it just had neighborhood renewal. I'm not sure what percentage were planted were baby elms, but is there any specific protocol or protections that are for sort of those just being planted, already vulnerable to dying, weak, I guess you could say?
Yeah, our foresters will do an assessment based on the tree health, and the fact that there are elms planted there initially probably means that it's a pretty harsh growing condition, like along boulevards where there's salt splash from snow and ice. That's really hard on a new tree taking, whereas elms are particularly resistant to that. And those trees that are newly planted or maybe 10 years old, they're the ones that are going to be prioritized for treatment with some of the insecticides that we have, as well as some of the fungicide. So not every tree is eligible for that, but that's some of the things that we're doing in order to give them the best chance to survive.
And how are we communicating to private property owners to proactively, maybe use some of these preventative measures on their private property trees?
That could be part of the communication on the tools that are available, but that would need to be applied and acquired through a ISA certified arborist in order to be doing that type of treatment on private property.
And is
But
there even capacity? Like, I guess, like, because if, I know we can't, unless there's an actual case of Dutch elm disease, we don't have any levers really with a private. But I think just in that communication campaign, anything that like is encouraging, or do we, like, if we encourage it but there's no arborists, is that kind of setting up, like, what's the situation there?
The primary messaging for private elm owners is around pruning and making sure that dead wood is removed on a regular basis. There's no specific.
But right now, they're not allowed to prune until September 31st, I thought.
That's correct. October through March is the pruning window for elm trees within the city.
I want to add, Councillor Rutherford, that we did a PSA earlier this summer around this, just reminding residents. So this is ahead of, and even knowing before we had these positive cases, that this is how we would recommend people to deal with Dutch elm, or elms, when they need to prune them. So we do some proactive messaging on it already. In the cases in the vicinity of that protocol area, the arborists are communicating, they're handing out those leaflets, they're trying their best to be able to get that information out there. We can also look at doing some communication tactics as we get to understand more what private owners can do. One of the things is like how, the mechanism of how we get removal on private property.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate your excellent work so far, and obviously the rapid response and diagnosis, and gratitude for the swift action that's already been taken. I'll focus a few of my questions just around private property. I think that's definitely a concern for me, and just trying to fully grasp what powers we do have and what the limitations are. So, I mean, because we're not inspecting private trees, correct?
No.
Yeah, so
but there's a visual component of inspection, right? So we're not entering private property.
If visual inspections are being done, you're in the area, you're in the neighborhood, and you do see one on a private property that looks concerning, what steps are taken at that point?
Yeah, I can turn that to Darren to walk you through those steps.
Yeah, so at this point, we do have an inventory of private elms as well as public elms. So the lab staff that are out in the areas doing assessments will be taking a look at any of the trees that we have identified currently on the inventory as private elms. And if they do identify anything that looks suspicious, they can notify the homeowners as well to have any dead wood or anything taken out of it. But we can also ensure that samples are taken, and then we can take samples, have them sent to the provincial lab to be determined if they are positive for Dutch elms.
And if they are positive, what recourse do we have?
Yeah, I have Tamara from legal on delegation. She can speak to the legalities around that. Councillor Salvador.
Good morning, Councillor Salvador. Thank you very much for your question. Under the Agricultural Pest Act, the city does have the authority to issue a notice to a homeowner to take any steps necessary to eliminate or destroy a pest, in which Dutch elm disease is a pest under that act. And we can provide a time frame under which to do so. And if the homeowner does not take that action in that required time frame, the city can actually go in and carry out those measures.
Okay, that's good to know, and maybe just using the example of the one tree that is on private property right now. So that was identified when?
In August.
In August.
Yeah.
Okay, and so it sounds like things are in motion and in process.
Yeah, and I'll let Darren speak to that. There has been some work as recently as this morning on those next steps.
Yep, thank you, Councillor. So our lab staff are appointed under the Agricultural Pest Act, so they can enter private property to do inspections under the Act as a provincially appointed inspector. And we are currently working with the homeowner to ensure that that private tree that currently has tested positive is removed. And so we are working because as part of the initial testing that went on, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency had placed a stop movement order on this positive city tree and the original positive private tree. And so working to make sure that everything is coordinated so that everything is taken care of in one seamless transaction.
Okay, what is our ability to scale that process look like? Like, I know obviously right now, very isolated, working incredibly hard to keep things to the fore. yeah, if we do start to notice things are bubbling up and spreading, are we ready to go in terms of scaling?
So the teams are ready to go. They've been ready to go for many years. On the public side of things, where we are digging in with our legal group is the logistics around private removal. So through the act, we can mandate the removal, but the actual removal itself is the piece that we're working through. So right now with a one isolated tree, it makes things a little bit easier. But those are things that we're considering as part of our next steps and our global planning on how we do this if this does get bigger. But again, this is isolated.
For sure.
We're really hoping that the way that Lethbridge went in 2020 is a similar path that we take.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, that's helpful. What do we have an estimate of our inventory on private property?
We do. I'll just pull that up for you. 1 second.
And maybe I can come back to that if it's going to take a second. But I'm going to jump to a slightly different question with the last 40 seconds here. Yeah, this is a slightly, I guess, less, well, it's important to talk about, I think, today, but it's a longer term conversation just around the diversification strategy, recognizing like not only are elm at risk, but ash trees are as well with emerald ash borer. Have we thought about, or do we already have like an interplanting strategy? I'm thinking particularly for our boulevard trees. Are there space to plant between them? Like things like that. Are those conversations in play?
Yeah, definitely in play, and that's been something that the teams have been working on for years. And it's not so much planting for our current climate, but planting for our future climate as well. So native, near native, and introduced species that are going to thrive in the type of environment that we're going to expect to see in the decades to come. That's the work that's ongoing right now as part of increasing our canopy to 20%, planting 2 million trees by 2030. Native trees and shrubs and those that are going to survive and thrive in our current and future climate are what we're selecting right now.
Thank you. Councillor Principe.
Thank you very much. So I have a few questions. Because the recommendation is only pruning between October and March, would that mean also removal of the tree would be recommended between October and March?
I can speak to that, Councillor. No, removal is fine as long as the complete removal of the tree is completed and either stump grinding or the removal of the bark of the stump is completed immediately.
Okay, great. And I know Tamara had spoken about they're working on a timeline with the private owner of the tree. Do we have an idea of that timeline?
We should be having the process started before the end of the week, and then the homeowner will have a period of time to be able to take care of the removal on their own. And if they don't within the prescribed time, then the city will have the ability to come in and remove the tree on our own under the Agricultural Pest Act.
Okay, and at whose cost?
So the tree will be removed at the city's cost if we end up going in, and then we can have that added back to the tax roll as per the legislation under the Agricultural Pest Act.
Okay, and one of the recommendations was to only be using firewood from the region. What is considered the region?
I think it would be the Edmonton and surrounding area. So I think it means like don't be bringing in firewood from a cabin in Sylvan Lake or Calgary, something like that. But within the confines of the greater Edmonton area, if you're procuring firewood there, then it's safe to use here. But don't be bringing it from outside of our municipality.
Okay, and what about the firewood that is sold within Edmonton? Is it firewood that is from the region? Do we have any regulations on that?
We don't. Generally speaking, the vast majority of the firewood that is sold would not be elmwood. Because elms are not native, they're generally used in landscaping type situations that would not be what would normally be used for commercial firewood operations.
Commercial fire?
Yeah, so people who are selling firewood, they're generally getting licenses through the province, or if they have private land, of native species of trees. So normally it would be spruce or pine or something along that manner, or some birch trees. But generally speaking, I've never seen an elm sold as firewood unless somebody just had removed a tree in their own property and then burnt it in their own yard. It's very unusual in this area because they're non-native trees.
Okay, so is it specifically elm?
Correct, yeah. Dutch elm disease only affects elm trees, so American elm or Siberian elm trees. So we can have trees that are directly beside affected elm trees. If it's a native poplar tree or an oak tree, they will not be affected by the disease itself.
Okay, and I thought I heard today that maybe ash trees were also could be affected.
So the ash trees have a different pest concern. It's the emerald ash borer. So we've been working to diversify and reduce the number of ash trees as well. It's not related to Dutch elm disease, but it's a separate and similarly impactful insect that could cause damage to the ash population.
Okay, thank you very much, and thanks for your quick action and letting us know about this. That's it for me.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Wright.
Okay. So on the media release that came out, it says if you see signs of Dutch elm disease, call 311. How many calls have you had? Do you know?
I don't have that offhand, but I can get that back to you.
Okay. So, but from what I'm hearing is if it's on private property, it's the property owner's responsibility to get the testing done themselves independent of the city?
That's correct.
Okay, so
if we are doing an inspection and see the signs of Dutch elm disease and we're in the area and we see indications of Dutch elm disease on a private elm tree, through the authority within the Agricultural Pest Act, we can contact the homeowner and let them know that we're taking a sample, and then we can circle back with them to let them know the results of that.
Okay.
But if it's outside of that inspection zone, the protocol zone where we're doing all of our inspections right now, and somebody wanted to get an inspection, then that would be done on their own.
Okay, so is that being communicated then if people are calling in, or should people only be calling in if they spot it on public land?
They should be calling in if they're seeing signs of Dutch elm disease. So if they're seeing it on public trees, or even on if they have questions around them related to their private, they can also call in, and one of our folks in infrastructure operations will be able to walk them through what that looks like. So 311 has the scripting and can walk them through what that process is.
Okay. I'll follow up separately on that then. Okay, but whether it's on public or private land, people should be calling 311 to let them know so you can track your account.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, just to loop back, Councilor Salvador, there is 41,560 elm trees on private property and about 90,000 trees on public.
Thank you. I'll now go to Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you. And then that 90,000, do you have a sense of what percentage of our inventory that is?
22%.
22%. Do you have like an estimate, like dollar value of that?
We do
Yeah.
Sorry.
So the I'm actually pulling together the stats for our urban forest. The last stats as part of the urban forest asset management plan in 2022. The entire urban forest valuation was $2.7 billion. The valuation for our public elm population is $700 million. And for our entire 407,000 maintained open space and boulevard trees is just shy of $2 billion.
Wow. That's very significant. And I was, because you talk about the canopy, is this, do we have the elm and ash mostly currently thriving in mature neighborhoods and established neighborhoods?
That's correct, yes.
And then what are they planting in the newer neighborhoods for boulevard trees?
I would have to get some of our forestry staff to get that specific
I know,
mix.
yeah, because I know some of them are developer planted too at the start of that new neighborhood. But I'm just like, you know, as the neighborhoods grow, we take that, obviously, a climate resilient species into consideration.
Yeah, just for confirmation. So we're planting a lot of lindens, oak, and buckeye to try and diversify the species. So obviously every tree has its location that it's going to be more suitable for. So depending upon the site specifics, they'll choose a tree that's best suited to survive in that location. That's why there is still some elm that's the right tree for the right location, but obviously we've been working very hard to reduce those numbers.
I'm just curious, do the beetles have a natural predator?
There is some. They're not native here.
Okay.
So yeah, there is not really a great predator here in the region, and there are other species of beetles that have come through. So there are European beetles, elm beetles that have been around in the past. We've never had any that have tested positive for the fungus that causes the disease, and this is the first time that the banded elm bark beetle has been suspected to be the cause of Dutch elm disease. So they've known that beetles have been around in the past, but it's the first time that they've confirmed to carry the fungus that can cause Dutch elm disease.
And to confirm too, Councillor Tang, like the beetles themselves are not the problem. They're just the carrier.
The carrier.
Yeah, they're
Yes.
the messenger, unfortunately. So yeah.
But when the predator eats them, they eat the whole thing.
Sure. Yeah.
But don't even think about going to the natural solution, because you'll be just introducing another type of issue. Anyways, thank you for that. So you mentioned elm and ash. We don't have any issue with other things like pine beetle and that kind of stuff, right? Because that I know has some pretty devastating impact.
At this point, we have not got a significant issue with any of those things, no. So there are many beetles that come around, but no big impacts there.
Yeah, and I hope that kind of that issue on that private property is resolved soon, because I would hate for that one tree.
It's the first priority for the team. They're working through that now. Like I said, this morning even there's advancements on how we're doing that and how quickly we're moving as of today.
Okay, that's good. And then finally, I'm recalling a lot of the service packages we've had during the 4-year budget cycle related to tree monitoring and kind of asset inventory management. I know they weren't approved, but kind of now, given sort of the gravity of this situation, makes me think that they're really important. I mean, kind of in the meantime, how have you sort of managed, in the absence of some of those resources, how have you managed kind of this situation?
So one of the items that you're talking about is the operating impacts of capital, and we're investing heavily in our urban canopy because it's important for our collective goals for the future. But as that inventory grows, so too do the operating and maintenance costs of that. We have our operating and maintenance for the 2 billion trees greener as we grow capital profile through the federal government that's funded by the city that brings us through to 2030. But following that, then that's going to require another investment from the city in order to operate and maintain the existing trees that we have. So some of the things that we've been doing to keep pace with the growing inventory is perhaps changing some of the service levels around when we would prune. Ideally, we would get elms every 4 years on a quarterly cycle, and right now we're pruning them every 5 years, as an example.
Okay, anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. And Councillor Hamilton, thank you so much for chairing the meeting, and you're next.
Thank you. Thank you for this very comprehensive presentation, and I appreciate you kind of drafting Edmontonians into protecting our elm forest. One of the questions I had was around increasing the awareness. I know that there's resources on the city website. Are you talking about doing any proactive communications so that we create heightened awareness around people who might not even have a backyard, so people just know what it looks like, so that everyone becomes kind of vigilant in watching for Dutch elm disease?
With it being an isolated incident right now, our focus is really on that protocol area. So they're going to be handing out handouts or leaflets to residents in that protocol area to really bring that heightened awareness. So right now, with it being isolated, that's our main focus. As I mentioned before, we do the PSAs. Depending on where this goes and what we're finding with how many additional positive cases come, may mean that we need to shift and pivot slightly on our tactic around how we're engaging Edmontonians, but also how we're educating them too. So what we want to do right now is we really want to kind of walk with the area that we have for protocol and then around that protocol area and then see what we need to do beyond that.
Councillor Hampton, what else I could add is part of the intent behind all of the media availabilities. So, like, as an example, Mark was on Global this morning doing a media availability, and there's been a number of different media interviews. I'm sure Jeremy's been paying attention here and has interviewed Mark on this topic. And so really getting, the media aware and the news articles is all part of like getting that awareness, pointing them to the website. What can you do? I think Mark's quote around burn it where you buy it, really trying to like emphasize that, to say this is what Edmontonians can do. And this is what councillors can do in terms of like sharing that on your platforms as well, to get that awareness and shifting people to what they can do as a Edmontonian to help with this.
Okay, and is there, I understand it's localized right now. In your opinion, is there a tipping point at which you see the need to expand this? And you don't have to say what that tipping point is, or maybe you do. At what point would you consider sort of elevating public awareness or escalating the risk?
There is classification that the CFIA has around the levels, and right now we're at an isolated incident. So there's different protocols and different steps that go as those increases with the number of positive cases. So we would take our direction from them on what that tipping point would be.
Okay, and right now we're at 4. Sort of the next step would be.
So right now, from Canadian Food Inspection Agency, we're at a level 1, which is it's under control.
Yeah.
The municipality is managing. At a level 2, then the city becomes regulated, and at a level 3, the province becomes regulated.
Okay, that's helpful. And so right now we have a motion to receive for information on the floor. I'm inclined to suggest to the chair that we get we have kind of a standing item on this going forward, because even if it doesn't escalate, my concern is by the time, knowing how agendas work, we can always take something off. It's really hard to get something on. So I would like to see us sort of come back to this every couple of months or quarterly. And if there is no new news, then that's great. And I hope that's not the case, but I want us to have the ability to be briefed on this, or be able to take quick action as necessary. Even monthly, if we can. So maybe I'll just table an amendment, maybe a part 2, and return to council with monthly updates. I don't know. I'm getting
great. Yeah, great idea. Good. Okay.
So just a couple questions on that amendment. Is that to council or committee?
To council, it's fine.
To council monthly?
Because monthly, because if you go to committee, then you open up for
for sure.
speakers.
And for how long? Because we don't want it to be for forever.
For the next, let's say for
6 months?
Sure, 6
Thank
months.
you.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, second by Councillor Rutherford. So we have a second part to the motion, and we will carry on with the questions as well. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you so much. It's obviously a very stressful situation, but I've taken a lot of reassurance in knowing that a plan is in place, such a robust plan is in place, and that we're following it so closely. So thanks to all the staff who've been doing a great job of not only implementing the plan, but keeping us informed. I just want to circle back to the question about our planting policies. Just wondering if administration is recommending any further changes to our guidelines, shifting those into requirements, for example, whether we on our own projects need to change that mix so that we're doing even less than 15% elm trees, or potentially prohibiting elms in new developments as well.
Yes, Councillor. So currently we're undergoing a landscape standards review. So any planting of different species of trees would be contained currently within the landscape standards of the volume 5. So we're currently looking at that, and that is something that is being considered. It is a large project, and we are looking to whether it be restrict or definitely reduce the amount of elm and or ash trees that are being used in the different landscape situations.
Okay, and then my recollection is that volume 4, those are standards that apply for both. Like that would only be on public property, so either built by the development industry or built by the city. Is that the case?
That's correct.
And so would we be looking for any further restrictions, let's say in our zoning bylaw, landscaping requirements for private property?
I would say at this point, we're not there. So as we've been mentioning earlier, as the position that we're at a localized incident, we wouldn't be considering that type of broad restriction to private homeowners' ability to choose the right tree for their landscape.
Okay, great. Well, that's very helpful. I appreciate that work is ongoing with volume 5 and look forward to that work as it continues to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Hamilton, can you take the chair, please? Sorry, I missed part of the presentation and the conversation. So I just want to understand how fast this disease spreads.
So the disease can, once a tree has been infected, it can actually kill a tree very quickly. Mm-hmm. So the trees will start to show symptoms and signs, but the spread of the disease really is dependent on the actions you take and the spread of the fungus, through root grafting and the spread of the beetles. So like areas like Winnipeg, which has had an ongoing, they have native elm trees. They've been dealing with Dutch elm disease in the city of Winnipeg for 40 years. And they have
how much of their canopy is gone?
So Winnipeg? They have native trees that live in their river valley and things, so a lot of the loss that they have is within native spaces. We don't have any native elms within Edmonton. All of the elm trees that we have, the majority of the elm trees we have are within the planted landscapes, so within parks or on boulevards. So, I don't know what the numbers are specifically within Winnipeg of theirs, but they do have, 500 plus trees a year that they lose to Dutch elm disease, but they have been losing that similar number for decades. Mm-hmm. So it's something that can spread relatively quickly and affect trees fast, but in the earlier part of the presentation, I think we had some information that unchecked, the disease can spread about 7% annually, and if we work to control it, we can keep it to within a 1%. Mm-hmm. If the disease becomes prevalent, but we work to control it. So we have a number of tools at our disposal through enhanced pruning, so that the beetles, if they are around and infected, they aren't able to get into the trees. But we also have some applications that we can use, some fungicides to specific trees to be able to provide some level of protection to them.
Good.
Not every tree is going to be eligible under the label registration. The trees have to be a specific size, and really they need to have a high level of vigor already before we would look at doing that. So trees that are already in declining health or smaller trees, they wouldn't really be eligible to be treated, and the treatment is quite expensive. So we will be working on a plan this winter to prioritize what trees would potentially be looking to be prioritized for treatment, should we decide that we need to expand that beyond the initial isolated area.
Okay, got it. And you said you seek kind of guidance or follow the direction of the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, and there has been cities in Eastern Canada that have lost huge amount of their elm trees. And what lessons have we, are they prompt enough? It's good to rely on them, right? But I hope that they are not slow, and that slowness is not impacting our response.
They haven't been slow. They've been very helpful and very responsive to us on that side. So immediately when we gave them the call, they were here to help and to conduct the testing as well. They've also gone in and reviewed our approach and how we're going to handle the Dutch elm disease, and they're very satisfied with what we have laid out for that protocol area, but also for mitigating additional spread.
Okay, and are you kind of satisfied the kind of support that you need is coming, and you think you gotta, you can't 100% certainty, but you feel that you got a good handle on the situation at this time?
Yeah, I have a lot of confidence in our approach so far, and also in the teams that are handling it, yes.
Okay, and you have confidence like in our own team, that you feel that you got a good handle at this time?
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Thank you so much, appreciate that. Good. And I will move the second round.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Please vote.
I'm yes.
Thanks, Councillor Bright.
I'm a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Bright. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. That is carried. And I return the chair to you, Mercy.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. Really appreciate the numbers around the percentage breakdown in terms of our inventory, private, public. I assume we also have neighborhood by neighborhood breakdowns for inventory. Yeah, of course, I'm very concerned about mature neighborhoods in particular where, don't have the percentages, but I assume it's pretty high when it comes to like boulevard trees in particular. I again just want to come back to that question around interplanting. Totally hear you that there is work underway around that diversification. Just to get really granular for a second, like I look at our boulevard trees, I look at those mature communities where it must be like, I don't know, 80% plus in terms of inventory. Are we looking at opportunities to go in the like immediate term or medium term to put trees that are not elms in between existing elm trees in our boulevards?
Currently, if the elm trees, if there was a replacement that needed to occur, we would replace that with a different species. To interplant currently within the existing trees, we wouldn't be looking at that. We've got a backlog of replacement trees, and a lot of those areas where the mature elms are, it would significantly impact the roots and cause probably more harm than good to the existing mature elms by trying to interplant.
Yeah, just too tight.
Yeah,
right?
and I mean, obviously, we've got a lot of issues in a lot of those areas with planting space to begin with, with utility conflicts and everything else that goes on. So trying to put additional trees into those areas is very difficult. And as you mentioned, like, for example, within the downtown area, it's well over 50% elm trees that we have currently that are the makeup of the urban forest. So yeah, we do understand it's a big concern, and that's why we're dedicating all the resources that we have to make sure that we contain it as quickly as possible.
Absolutely. Well, I appreciate the detail on that front. Yeah, and then just on the timeline for the removal around private property, it does concern me just in terms of the number of days or weeks that it's taken from identification to, it sounds like things are moving quickly now. But are there any steps or support that we can offer today that will enable just a more streamlined approach for private removal at this time?
We have a good handle on it, Councillor. In consultation with legal as well as the authority that's been given through the inspection through the Agricultural Act, we're in a good spot.
Okay, and in a good spot for this one, or in a good spot to ensure that process is like cut in half, or both? Okay, yeah, great. And then also just wanted to ask, we had, I think it was a 10-year like urban forestry management plan at some point. I think it's more than 10 years ago. Plans to update that, or is that no longer our guiding document? Just help me understand the landscape there.
Yeah, it I don't know if expired is the right word, but it came due in 2022, but I'll let Mark speak to that. There's been a lot of work that's being done on that.
Yeah, right now we need to dedicate staff resource time to update that. So we have our urban forest asset management plan, which is the 50-year document, but the urban forest management plan is due for updating.
Okay, and just help me understand the differentiation there. What's the focus? for both?
So the urban forest asset management plan is the longer term. That's where we get our 20% canopy goals from, going out to 2071, those types of targets. The urban forest management plan is a 10-year kind of an agenda of what we're going to focus our efforts on over the upcoming decade. It's due for updating. It wasn't resourced. We're trying to move things along off the corner of our desks right now.
Yeah, and that just kind of leads into my next question. It was kind of touched on earlier, just around resourcing and capacity. I'm hearing, again, in the immediate term, confident in our ability to resource inspections, ongoing containment, but also hearing that as our inventory has grown, we've just not kept pace with that. And really worried about that 2030 mark, when, to my understanding, that federal support will no longer be there. Is that correct?
That's correct. And that greener as we grow 2 billion tree funding package over 8 years, that takes a little bit of the heat off of the urban forest management plan, because that is our plan. Our plan is to aggressively plant 2 million trees and shrubs. We've developed some new tools in order to prioritize where best to do that, and we're aggressively moving out on that. And that's our goal for the next 7 years now. So as far as urban forest management plan, that's an important document that the team's committed to working on, but we do have a plan in place right now thanks to this grant funding.
Great, I'm out of time.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Tang, go ahead, please.
Okay, great, thank you. I guess just a couple things. Appreciate this amendment. I thought that there is a UPE report on private tree bylaw coming to committee this quarter. Do you know when that is?
It is, that one is currently scheduled for October, sorry, let me just change the print layout, October 29th.
And I imagine we might have a conversation there about kind of given some of the new developments here, how that might impact private tree. I'm just anticipating. And I maybe have some feedback from administration about the cadence of this verbal report at council. Is this the only way we can get an update? Because it also sounds like you said if we need more resources, you'll let us know. I'm assuming that's a council conversation as well.
I could probably answer that. Yeah, we've got mechanisms to update council. We've got the Parks and Roads weekly email that we leverage. We have the ability to do walk-on reports like this was. To save council time, it is an option to, we could leverage those existing mechanisms, and if there is a pertinent or material update on this topic, we could schedule a walk-on update at that time. That would allow the staff to focus on managing this situation. And then as, there is an update, we could choose then to get onto a calendar. But we love trees and we love talking about them. So, absolutely open to the will of council on that.
But I also love it that you're out there managing the situation, right? And saving the streets. I think that's kind of where I'm at. I feel like we have lots of mechanisms. I feel like media is really on top of this. I think there's a lot of communication with the public. Like you're here to ask us for your help to get the messages out. You've been here all morning. We're now almost noon. That's time. So it's not just agenda management on this side. I'm more concerned about your time too. And that's kind of where I'm at.
I think, Councillor Tang, there's two components to this. There's a tactical update, so how many trees have we tested, how many are positive, how many were removed, and I think those are of interest around understanding magnitude, how quickly is this growing, are the measures we're putting into place controlling it, and those are the important pieces. But I think then there's also kind of a strategic conversation or strategic update of okay, this is what we're noticing, how we being able to get on top of it, great. Do we need additional help or resources or advocacy around certain components of it? So I wonder if there's options around that tactical piece being those weekly updates that I provide through the Parks and Road Services weekly emails, and then we maybe extend out some of those more strategic updates to be a little bit further out or farther down or in less of a frequency to be able to have council weigh in on those asks around
what can you folks help us with, or is there certain components that need to be discussed?
Yeah, to me, that's a better, I think, use of the time and resource. I don't know, the mover, if you have any thoughts about that.
Largely, I don't want to lose the thread. And there's I'm going to say a difference between deciding to bring something to us versus deciding that there's nothing that that there's no material update. And what this does is, I think, puts a placeholder on the agenda where you can say there's no material update right now. And you can knock it off or delete the item versus saying we need to find the time or we need to fit it in. That's really the thinking behind this.
Okay, thanks for that. I'm not sure if I entirely agree. I just have one outstanding question, asking on behalf of the mayor. So the wood that people buy from stores right now for like a fire pit, is that elm typically?
Not typically.
Okay.
So Darren had said that most commercial providers of firewood would have permits through the province in order to fall trees and to sell that off. The times that you would see potential elm as firewood is if somebody's put a tree down on their own property, or if somebody's potentially brought it in from other regions. So things like Sylvan Lake, not to blame Sylvan Lake, but in those areas that are outside of Edmonton or adjacent to. So.
Okay, so sort of controlling the commercial line of that or distribution of that is not a concern right now for us.
Not right now, no.
Okay, great, thank you.
I do have, Councillor Wright, you had asked around the 311 in regards to increases on that. So a quick update for you. In June of this year, we had 25 calls on 311. In July, we had 42, and then in September, we had 68. So we do see that the Edmontonians are leveraging 311 in order to be able to either access service, access advice, or understanding what they can do.
Thank you very much for the follow-up.
Thank you. So, okay, we have original motion, then the amendment. So we'll vote on the amendment first, right? And the way I understand, like, you'll get a monthly update, but if next month we decide no need for another update, then we'll say no need for another update, right? So, yeah, so it's not that we will get, I just want to understand, like, it's not that we will get updates for next 6 months every month. We'll decide next month if needed, I'll say no, right? Is that how I read the, maybe I'll take the, who is the next? Because I want to make sure there is clarity. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
Maybe to the mover, like if we will get a monthly update next month, at that time, if we decide we don't need a monthly update, we can always say that is enough.
Yeah, or and maybe the wording is too loose, but if administration has nothing further to add, then we can request it be deleted from the agenda at the next meeting. But I would say that I understand the concerns that have been raised about too much on the agenda.
And to admin, like how, I know you want to be out there doing the work, which you have been great, and I really appreciate the confidence that you're demonstrating in this. How much, like if you were to come back in a month to council, how much of a time you think will require you to be spending on that report?
I'm happy to come back. So the teams that are focusing on that work are out tactically doing and executing. For us, we are setting up internal reporting on how we're tracking this and getting some metrics and some KPIs around how we're doing the work and what's progressing through it. So now that we're getting in a bit of a rhythm, an unfortunate rhythm, and one we hoped we didn't have to be in, we're able to provide that stuff a little bit more readily. So my question, I guess, would be, or the comment back would be, we would be focusing on statistics. So things that we've inspected that are positive or not positive, and then an update on our private property approach and what we're doing for that piece.
Got it. Okay. And also, do you see the value, for example, when you bring a report to council, it's on the council agenda, media follows it, right? And there's an opportunity to highlight some of the work through that conversation, through the media, which they have been very supportive and great partners in getting the word out, which we really appreciate. So that's another opportunity, I think, to educate Edmontonians and engage Edmontonians, right?
Absolutely. So thank you to Jeremy, but also
And to everyone, others as well, others. They'll follow.
But yes, no, it's valuable, Mayor, because we're able to have a full circle of communication. So, you know, the PSAs or the memos that go out, as well as showing and showing you folks what we're doing, but also for Edmontonians. But really, it's around building trust and confidence that we got this, that we're on it, and we're doing everything that we can in order to make sure that this doesn't spread.
Great, good, thank you. I'll take the chair back. Okay, all right, so anyone to speak on the part 2? Councillor Hamilton to close.
Yeah, I understand that there's been some concerns raised about how this might occupy time on our agenda. I would say that it's really important for council to have the ability to pull this issue in close. I remember when the discussion of Dutch elm disease first started in Alberta and specifically Edmonton in the late 90s and early 2000s. I think the fear that it would devastate our urban forests was pretty live, and I think it's pretty live now. And I think it's important for us to, even though we can't go out and test the trees ourselves, but to really keep a close eye on what's happening and have an opportunity to initiate swift action in the I hope rare event that it is needed, whether it's allocating resources or escalating public awareness on it. I want to thank the presenters from administration today who have brought forward really good, crisp information and are already well ahead of us. And keeping this in the public discourse over the winter months, going into the spring, I think is also important so that we don't lose sight that this is a continuing and present threat to our urban forest. So thank you today for this presentation, and I hope this has support. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Rice. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. Now we on to the main motion, which is to receive for information as well a monthly update. Okay. Anyone to speak? Seeing none. Councillor Rutherford to close. Oh, so Councillor Salvador? Go ahead.
Yeah, just briefly wanted to speak to this as well. And wanted to start again by expressing my gratitude for the diligent and rapid response from our forestry and pest management teams. Obviously, we know that Edmonton's urban tree canopy is an integral part of our city's character and deeply beloved by all Edmontonians. And I know a lot of folks, myself included, feeling deeply concerned and alarmed to know that Dutch elm disease has arrived in our city. But after today's update and a lot of the communications coming out from administration, I am feeling reassured that we're doing everything we can to contain it and stop the spread. And it's also good to know that there's examples from other jurisdictions where it has been successfully contained. And also just wanted to thank administration for the ongoing work they're doing around species diversification. We're of course responding to very immediate and pressing concerns related to the outbreak, but it's also good to know that work is continuing to happen on building resilience into our overall approach to urban forestry management. To not just retain our urban tree canopy, but to continue to grow it in a sustainable manner. Because as we continue to feel the effects of climate change, we're going to continue to see increased risk associated with pests and other environmental factors. So again, thank you so much for the update. I look forward to continuing this conversation. And again, would encourage all Edmontonians to take the steps that were shared today to ensure that we're collectively taking care of this incredible asset. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Hamilton, can you take the chair just quickly? Again, thank you so much for the update and the work that you have been doing and how you've been engaging media and educating the public and the step you're taking and also based on the information that you have and the confidence that you're portraying that you got things under control. I think Edmontonians need to know that as well, because there's we love our trees, and Edmonton has such a vibrant, mature neighborhoods because of those trees as well, right? And we want to protect them, and I'm very confident that administration and Edmontonians as well will play their part in getting this under control, stop from spreading. So look forward to further conversations, and thank you for the presentation.
Return the chair.
Thank you, and Councillor Rutherford.
I have nothing further than the great comments. I think we all care about the tree canopy, we care about our mature trees, and I appreciate administration's swift action and plan on this, and look forward to the information that we'll receive monthly, so that we can just keep an eye on this important topic.
Thank you, and thank you, the media folks. Okay, please vote. Okay.
We're just
Okay.
all the votes.
All the votes? Got all the votes? Sorry.
We do have all.
Okay, here. It's carried. Okay. All right. Can we, next one will be in camera. So can we go in camera now?
Yeah, I'll move that we go in camera, subject to section 16, 24, and 25.
Okay. Need a second by Councillor Rice. So please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. There we go. It is carried. We will be back at 1:30 for a time-specific item in camera. Until then, we are on recess.
In the RDR.
Huh? Andrew, you want to do 9-1?
Yeah, you're welcome to do.
Okay, okay. Do omnibus. Okay. Let us know when we are ready.
So MJ is just gonna, Mayor Sohi, if it's okay for you, so just for clarity, so the motion on item 9.1 is that the attachment 2 has to actually get added to your report, and then council will be asked to approve what was presented in attachment 2 and keep it in private, and then the recommendation for the next item is just what was in the report.
First is move to
We're gonna do it all as
all
one
in
big
one?
omnibus,
Okay.
yep. Add it, approve it, keep it in
Approve.
private.
Got it.
Same for both 9.1 and 2.
Okay.
So moved.
We are back in public, right? Councillor Tang, you moved it?
Second.
Second by Councillor Knack. So please vote.
Just waiting for one more.
Yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. So we are back on 7172 for subsequents, right? Because the reports were received for information. I'll cede the chair to Councillor Hamilton.
So move, or so taken?
Okay, let me. So I have two subsequent motions on these. I'm just going to find the email here.
There is one rolled up here.
Oh, here. Okay. Okay, I will move that the mayor, on behalf of City Council, write a letter to the following entities that receive funding from the city as part of the approved operating budget, requesting that they endeavor to remain within current approved funding amounts and pursue budget reductions initiatives that reflect the city's financial circumstances where appropriate, to reduce future operating funding requests before submissions to council for consideration. And the list of aid entities are Edmonton Public Library, Edmonton Arts Council, Reach Edmonton Council for Safe Communities, Explore Edmonton, Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues. Can you? Edmonton Heritage Council, Edmonton Unlimited, Fort Edmonton Management Company, GEF Seniors Housing, TELUS World of Science, Edmonton Police Commission. Can I move both together or separate ones, right? Separate.
Yes, separately.
You want to do them separately? Sure. We can take out point 2 and make it a separate subsequent.
Sorry, if it is contiguous to the mover, then just do it all together.
Okay. And part 2, that administration provide a report outlining the impact of increased funding for renewal versus growth projects as part of development of the 2027-2030 capital budget.
I've been seconding everything. I was going to let someone else second.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Would you like a couple minutes to introduce?
Yes. So the intent of the first one is to ensure that, we've been having this conversation over the last couple of years, but intensified more now, recognizing the financial pressures that we have due to inflation, labor cost, the costs around the equipment and purchase, the parts that we have to purchase, and ongoing changes that are demonstrating some structural issues that we're facing. And I think all of us needs to pitch in. And a lot of our resources actually go to external agencies that develop their own process for budgeting. So I think it's a good idea to set an expectation that they also need to pitch in as we make efforts to contain expenses and control the tax levy increases. That's part 1. Second one is that we have invested considerable money in growth projects, but we are not doing enough on the maintaining the infrastructure that we currently have and not investing enough to upkeep it, right? I think I would like to have conversation about changing the formula, which is currently 60% renewal, 40% growth. Are there opportunities for us to actually shift that more toward renewal? Now that recognizing that we have done a lot of investment into growth, I think that'll be good conversations to have, getting ready for or setting some parameters for discussion for the next capital budget cycle.
Thank you. There are some questions here, and maybe something to think about is there is no due date on this, on part 2, or direction, I think, where it's to go. Is it to go to council?
Yeah, it was my understanding it was for council, and if I go for potentially fall, this fall, but I would need to get some input from administration on when it could come back.
I would not say this fall, because we're almost there. Maybe next fall.
Okay, good timing, yes. Next, so fall 25. It would be Q3 25.
That would allow us to set up prior to, or we could do it quarter 2 of 2025. If you want to do something like this, it would be important that we looked at this before we did the next capital investment outlook.
Okay, so Q2 2025. Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Rutherford, you had questions?
Yes, thank you. So just on the part 1, the where appropriate is whose interpretation of appropriate? In that, because that's pretty ambiguous to say, reflect the city's financial do reductions to the city's financial circumstances where appropriate. Right? So like who's making that determination of where is appropriate?
Yeah, I think.
And, yeah, what does you mean by
To me that is because we don't set the direction for the agencies. Agencies are kind of independent of us, and we want to give them the flexibility instead of giving a definitive, say you cut by this. I don't think that will be appropriate. I think it's just more about setting the expectations. And in some cases they may not be able to, right? So we need to recognize that as well.
So I was going to say, so are we anticipating then if they come back and say we've looked at it, this is why we think all of these are still essential, and we have no budget to cut? Like, is that part of the where appropriate?
Yeah.
Or-
Well, for example, let's use Edmonton Arts Council, right? We have not increased their budget for, I think, for 2 to 3 years, right? So they may not have the capacity to further reduce, right? So I think we want to give them that flexibility. Okay, you made the efforts, we will expect them to make the efforts, but they may not be able to find savings. Just using that as an example. So that's why having that flexibility is that where appropriate provides that flexibility.
And so if we're writing a letter to these agencies on their funding and saying, basically, keep within your budget, but is this for future budget for the 2020?
This coming budget,
By this coming budget, you mean fall? Like, do you mean a budget adjustment or do you mean?
2025, budget 2025, which will be setting the rate for
To
in fall.
reduce operating funding requests before submission? So sorry, I'm just trying to understand. You're saying keep within your approved budget, but also look for savings to reduce future operating funding. And then before submission to council for consideration. I think if it's for the fall budget, then that needs to be explicit.
Yeah, that's my intent, that they should not be bringing forward service packages for increases to their existing budget when we debate their budget in fall.
Well, I think that also needs to be more clear because it says to reduce requests, not eliminate requests.
Okay.
Right? So I think we're, like, if we're saying we're not gonna entertain any future, like, we're not gonna maybe necessarily.
Yeah.
We're gonna hear a business case as to why your approved budget is necessary, or why, or where there is opportunities to reduce, but we're also not gonna entertain service packages. I think that's very different than what's written here.
Okay, well, definitely, that's my intent, so if you wanna,
Okay, I'll think about that.
think about
And then I just had a
clarifying that.
question about two as well.
yeah,
Because one of the things that I think about and I hear a lot about right now is around neighborhood renewal and kind of our policy on the growth versus the renewal. And right now, I think we've struck a pretty good balance. We have about 5 to 15% growth. But is this part two intended to look at the composites within profiles too? So that could be Yellowhead, like, I'm not saying Yellowhead isn't, but Yellowhead has some growth, but it also has some renewal. Like, a lot of capital projects have a little bit of column A and a little bit of column B. Because if we're in there already, we might as well enhance. But I guess just wondering if that's gonna be a part of that conversation. Or your intention is for that to be a part of it?
it's open, but there are other ideas that administration may want to explore, absolutely, I would love to. I don't know how to weigh that in the 40-60 ratio on portion of growth and portion of renewal on existing projects such as Yellowhead. I don't know how they weigh that into the figuring that out.
Does somebody from administration have a 20-second quick?
So I'm just gonna start and then Craig can maybe weigh in. The 60-40 ratio is something that is a bit of an older ratio. I think when we last brought you the 4-year budget, we had indicated that there were a number of large transformational projects going on and that the remainder of the budget was primarily focused on renewal. But it's figuring out, I think what we would take away from this is figure out what is the right thing to prioritize as part of the budget.
Thank you. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you. I guess to administration, first of all, on part one, are there conversations going on with each of these groups already, talking about budget constraints and budget expectations?
I think when our budget team meets with external boards and agencies, we do make them aware of the city's financial constraints.
I as well have had conversations with not all of the people on this list, but a majority of them.
Do we have any apprehension at all that anyone on this list is unaware of our current financial situation?
I would say no.
Okay, and then on number 2, it's my recollection that with the, I can't quite see it, but it's my recollection from 2 4-year budget conversations that we receive a lot of information on the impacts of new projects, growth projects, the operating impacts of capital, that kind of a thing. And we also receive a considerable amount of information on the current state of existing infrastructure and the need for renewal. Is that fair to say?
I'd say that's fair to say, Councillor, yes.
So is the report that would come out of item 2 a report that's already going to be generated as part of the 27 to 30 capital budget process?
Maybe I'll let Stacy, do you want to start with that
Yeah.
answer? Yeah.
I would say that each time we do the budget, we bring you a capital investment outlook where we go through this in a significant amount of detail. We don't have a policy that dictates it, and so reading into this, I'm wondering if that's what is being sought here, but I agree with the comment that we bring a significant amount of this information through our budgetary process, primarily within the capital investment outlook.
Like I'm just not sure of the value of moving motions to provide instruction or create reports that effectively for work that is going to be done anyway already. So I realize that's an awkward question to ask of administration, but is there anything here that tells you to do something that you wouldn't already be doing?
See, Stacy's not answering, Councillor. I guess it would be an extra layer of us getting intent and direction of council, but a lot of this, as Stacy said, we would be rationalizing as we get ready. I think last budget cycle, we started planning about 18 months out to get ready for current budget cycle, and we would be taking a similar exercise with touch points with council over time of that.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Tang.
Okay, great, thank you. I guess to the mover, when we were going through OP 12, did we send any letters to the ABCs?
Oh my, did we? I don't know.
We did,
Yeah,
okay,
we did,
okay,
yeah,
clerk,
yeah.
oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I guess and I don't know if this is administration or if to your office, that have we heard back? Because I guess I'm just wondering, like, if we've already kind of sent a letter to set some of this expectation, but I'm not sure I'm getting any kind of indication that it's received or there's stuff underway. I think I hear about it on a one-off basis. I guess I'm curious what that conversation is like.
Yeah, I don't know what the responses were from different agencies. I think some did respond with some initiatives that they undertook. I think EPL responded with their own OP12
That's right.
exercise. I think Arts Council also did something. There was some,
I think Explore did. I remember seeing
yeah,
an email.
I think some responded about in some I don't know if they did. So I think that some did generate some savings.
So I guess I'm just wondering, like, what would these letters be different? How would these letters be different from that last round? Do you see it as serving as a reminder, or what kind of different outcome do you think it can achieve compared to previous rounds of communication?
I think what it does, it reinforces what administration has been stressing to agencies, and that is coming from administration. I think it will be good coming from elected officials to reinforce the same message, that our situation is very challenging, that we are challenging our administration to find money internally to reduce the budget, the tax levy impact, and that the message that administration is reinforcing with them is also being reinforced by elected officials to these agencies.
I guess, let me rephrase that. How do you see this round of communication from elected officials different from the last round of communication from elected officials?
Yeah,
Because you have wrote those letters before.
Yeah, maybe the message wasn't clear, right?
Okay.
But this time I want to make it very, very clear that if this passes, these are the expectation that there'll be no new service packages brought forward, and there'll be expectation that they'll demonstrate if they can't reduce, then why, just kind of they have to
Like reminding them. Yeah.
Reminding them.
Yeah, okay. And then just to administration, so just follow up on some of the earlier questions. So in your conversation with other agencies, have you set any of these expectations?
In the conversations I've been having, it's not so much you have to reduce. It was just an acknowledgement of where the city is at. So I wouldn't have said, we're looking for you to kind of dip into your review of your budget. Rather, it's just an acknowledgement of where we're sitting today when they're looking for more.
And then is that the same for all the meetings that DCMs have as well, I'm assuming then? Because I know, yeah.
So I would just weigh in on the communications that I've seen through the budget office would take that maybe one step further and say, we are unlikely to have any funding to fund any requests for additions.
Okay, so the agencies are aware of the city situation, but they're not necessarily telling you, okay, we have made a plan. Some of them have, but they're not necessarily communicating that back to you. So just wanted, okay, great, thank you. I think that's it, thank you.
Okay, we are at 3:30, and so we have a recess scheduled, and there's still about 2 folks on the board with questions. So we'll recess now and reconvene at 3:46. Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Mayor Sohi.
Good afternoon.
I am here. Councillor Rutherford. Councillor.
Yes.
Councillor Salvador.
Hello.
Councillor Cartmel.
Hello.
Councillor Rice.
Hello.
Councillor Jans.
Hello.
Hello. Okay, so we've got a full deck here. Councillor Jans, you were next on the board for questions on the subsequent motion that Mayor Sohi had tabled.
No questions, just want to speak to it.
Okay, Councillor Rice, questions?
Yes, thank you. I do have a question for part 2 and to the administration. Like I asked this question yesterday also, and for our infrastructure renew funding, their funding gap for the next 10 years is $4.8 billion. So if we're going to increase funding for renew, so I have 2 questions here. Number one, for next 10 years, because we're talking about the next budget cycle, next budget cycle only cover 4 years compared to the 10 years. So is there any plan or any work will be included in the part 2 to demonstrate with prioritizing some renewal project? So then what type of criteria we're going to use prioritize those renewal projects? And do we have inventory list already there to show our city's renew project in a high risk for work right away?
Just to clarify, Councillor Rice,
Yeah.
is your question in respect to the
Part 2.
Part 2, yeah.
To administration.
Yeah, with respect to the ability to actuate or like actualize the projects, or with the reporting mechanisms?
No, and then from information perspective, because this is just provided a report outlining the impact. I would like to know what will be included in this report.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. I'll turn to administration.
So I think so maybe I'll just say that providing a report outlining the impact of increasing the funding for renewal versus growth, it would be a shift in how much funding is available for renewal versus how much money is available for growth. When we've brought budgets before, we have brought budgets that have focused on renewal. If your question is, and I would say that we have also returned in the past with a quantification of what would we need to do in terms of establishing a specific stream of renewal funding. And so some of that work has been done. So this, I would very much take this to be that we would bring you back the rationale for why most of the city funding needs to go to renewal.
So also you will bring back the inventory lists and for the what type of renewal project will be funded during this 2027 and 23rd.
Yeah, so we would bring that back as part of most capital budgets. We bring the list of things that need to be funded, the list of things that remain unfunded, the list of things that, and how we prioritized what we funded and why. And I'll maybe just ask Craig if he has anything else to add.
No, thanks, Stacey and Councillor. We do have assessments of condition of all of our asset types. We're very proactive that way. And all of this work that we would be doing would be based on those foundations. So where our biggest gaps are, where the most critical assets are and within the budget realms we have where we think we should prioritize. So whether it's as part of this or part of our budget exercise, that would be included as part of it.
Okay, that's great. That is what I want to hear. You have that asset, like I said, is the inventory, so you know which one and we need the prioritizing and to be budget. So
Yes.
the related question is because the funding gap is so big, it's $4.8 billion. So where was the money from? So this reporter will come back, say this money increase and for the renewal will be results in this tax increase, or we use which funding source? That funding source will be identified in this report as well. So I just want to get that confirmation.
So I think the best we could do is re-articulate some of the work that we've already brought back on what is the level of funding that we're short, what are the options that you could undertake to fund or build a renewal fund, and how you would do it. But those things have come to council already, so this would be us focusing on taking the funding that's currently available and applying it to renewal, and then telling you what that would look like.
Thank you.
My time is out.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Rutherford, questions or to speak?
I just had a friendly amendment.
Okay. I think do I have to go to a second round for amendments, Madam Clerk? Yeah, okay. So Councillor Rice, could I ask you to move a second round?
With unanimous consent?
Or we can also do unanimous consent? Yep. Okay, all right. Councillor Rice, or sorry, Councillor Rutherford.
It's okay, it's been a long day. So just wondering to the mover if you would consider it friendly just to add 2025 before the submission to council for consideration for the 2025 budget, so it's clear as.
Yep.
So I think that would be hopefully considered friendly by the assembly.
Yeah, that's clarifying. I'm looking to see if there's, it looks like there's nodding heads. Anybody online not consider that friendly to add a clarifying date on the part one? No.
Yeah, just under, so it says reduce funding requests before submission to council in fall 2025 for consideration.
Yes. So that's minor, and I would consider that friendly. So that's a friendly amendment, and we'll just let the clerks add that in. Any other questions or amendments to the motion on the floor? Seeing none, I'm going to go to speakers. I'll start with Councillor Jans.
Thank you for this. I think it's important for a few reasons. Number one, and I'm going to just kind of speak to both together. Number one, I think it's really important that we send a message to our ABCs, not just about our operating position, but our capital position. I think that if they see where we're at, I think that'll help kind of set the tone. And it's much better to have something in writing like this. And I think that's important. Number two, I think it's important to manage expectations in the community. I think that there's a lot of folks who maybe when they bought their house out in the suburbs or somewhere, were told, oh, you'll have a future rec center, you'll have a future library, you'll have a future road widening, you'll have a future XYZ. And I think it's important that we set the tone as much as possible now before the next four-year capital budget to say, look, we are focusing on renewal. We are working towards that, because by doing that, we'll also have we'll be sending a message to administration about how they are staffing, how they are looking at the staff complement, how they are looking at the work plan going forward. And if we agree together and we can formalize this as much as possible that we want to work together on renewal, that will that'll not just make for a more nimble and responsive city, but city administration as well too. So yeah, in terms of setting expectations, not just with the ABCs, not just with the community, not just with our city administration on our staffing expectations, but also I think looking forward as much as possible. So we may have got these reports in various forms before, but I can tell you when I was a new councillor elected, I had no idea that Horlock Park was in need of renewal. That's $150 million price tag that was new to me. I didn't know that the high level bridge hadn't been budgeted for or taken care of, or that was going to be a $250 million price tag. I didn't know that previous city councils hadn't taken care of the buses. I didn't know that previous city councils hadn't replaced the U2 LRT cars since around when I was born. There were all of these different pieces that just weren't out there. And I think even though we may feel like we hear these things, it's important for community. I have people knocking on my door every day saying, when can we, proverbially, when can we get Raleigh Miles Rec Center under construction? When can we get this under construction? When can we do that? And I think, you know, when in doubt, communicate. And this is part of it. So I can't see my clock there, but finally,
You have a minute. Yeah, keep going.
Okay, no, I think I pretty well said it. I think this is important, and it's going to be a challenging budget for sure, but it's also going to be a challenging decade. And the more we can talk to Edmontonians about this, is the exact position we're in. That we voted to build Lewis, we voted to build Terwilliger, we voted to build Yellowhead, we voted to build all of these mega projects, and now, you know, this is the reality we're facing. I think that's important. So I once we get the renewal report, I would like to be even more prescriptive then, and kind of preempt the next 4-year capital cycle as much as possible, in terms of preparing next councillors with all of the wisdom that we've accumulated to make better decisions than we were given. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Before I go to Mayor Sohi to close, I would like to welcome the International University students joining us here from Ward Onolik. If you could stand up. Welcome to Edmonton City Hall. I believe you met Mayor Sohi and Councillor Rutherford at the recess, so welcome. With that, I'll go to Mayor Sohi to close.
Yeah, thank you so much. I want to speak to part 2 first. I think recognizing that we rely so much on federal and provincial government for grant funding to build and rebuild our capital, and our grant funding from province has declined by 2/3, right? So we have very limited amount of money in the future unless things change. And province thinking shifts around that. Second is that we have very limited amount of debt capacity available, and we have invested quite a bit in large infrastructure projects, which are part of renewal, but also lot of his growth, right? So, and we have a growing inventory of infrastructure, and many parts of that infrastructure are aging. So I think it's important to have that conversation. When you have limited amount of time, you need to prioritize where you're making those investments. I think we have been doing that. Absolutely, our administration has taken a responsible approach, shifting more toward renewal and less toward growth. But we need to shift that more. I think we need to focus more on renewal, recognizing the limited amount of resources. I think that's a more responsible and approach to take. On this first part, you know, our administration has been reinforcing with our agencies that we are going through some very, very difficult, tough financial times, and we have structural challenges in our budget that we need to manage. In order to manage that, we will be prioritizing, probably making reductions, and in order to bring that tax levy to a reasonable amount. 13% is absolutely unacceptable. 8.9%, which 8.9% that we passed last year for 2024, even though we made that tougher decision, was very difficult for Edmontonians to absorb. I heard from hundreds and hundreds of people that we understand your challenges, but we cannot afford those type of high property taxes because people are also struggling with their own affordability challenges. So in order to bring that from 13 to say 6 or 7 in that range, everyone needs to pitch in. Our administration is pitching in, our agencies need to pitch in, right? And administration has set expectations. I think we, as elected officials, we interact with those agencies. Those agencies come to us as well for what their needs are. I think we also need to set the expectations that they need to live within the means, that the resources that they have, but the expectation that if they can cut, they should cut, right? And I think that it's a very important message to go, that we are not, I think, not giving any false indications that there might be more money. From my perspective, there's no money. We are at a limit, and we all need to live within our own means that we have. And so that's the intent, just reinforcing that message over and over again. When things get better, hopefully they'll get better. Once we're done with structural issues, we might be able to do more, but not in this coming budget discussion for 2025. Yep, just that's the intent.
Thank you. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Knack.
I'm a yes.
Thanks,
as
Councillor
well.
Hamilton.
I'm also a yes.
Thank you. Just waiting for one more. Councillor Jones?
I'm a yes as well.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Yes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. I return the chair.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. So we have dealt with 7172, 73 was deleted, 74 is dealt, 75 is dealt, 76, 77, 78, bylaw was dealt with, 91 is dealt, 92 is dealt. We are on to motion spending, increasing efficiency of top bus routes. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. This item was resolved at the Urban Planning Committee.
Was it? So you're withdrawing it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. 10.2, Harcourt House Artist Run Center. City Policy C450B. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you very much, Mayor Sohi. I'm going to be restating this motion with some slightly updated wording on the advice of our administration. That an exemption to City Policy C450B be granted to allow for a grant funded from the Heritage Reserve to the Ware Edmonton Community Artists Network, WECAN Society, for the purpose of purchasing the Harcourt House Artist Run Center property at 10215 112th Street, Edmonton. The administration prepare an agreement for this grant that could be finalized with the WECAN Society, subject to a successful application by the WECAN Society to add the Harcourt House property to the inventory of historic resources, and that the grant agreement include a condition that WECAN Society applies to designate the property as a municipal historic resource within 3 months after acquiring the property, and that the grant agreement include a financial penalty if WECAN Society fails to do so.
Second.
Thank you very much. As a brief introduction, this motion is being brought forward to support a phenomenal organization that operates in our community. Harcourt House has been run as an artist studio space, an affordable artist studio space for many, many years, and contribute widely to the artistic life of our community. Their home, Harcourt House, is a building that's owned by the province. The province has agreed to provide the opportunity to WECAN to purchase the building, but the timelines on this are quite tight. WECAN has done a phenomenal job of securing a provincial grant, outreach with the federal government, and fundraising as well from the community. In supporting this, I feel it's very much aligned with two of our strategic priorities. First, connections and exchanges. Providing affordable artist studio space is a key priority there. And it also very much contributes to our policies around maintaining and preserving historic buildings in our community. For clarity, the $500,000 amount is something that Harcourt House, if it becomes part of the inventory of historic resources and designates, they would have access to $500,000. The amount is not any different than what the property as a historic resource would typically be allotted to. The nuance here and the exception to the policy is just in order to use that funding to help them acquire the building. It's in great shape. They've done a wonderful job of maintaining it over the years. They have a very healthy reserve balance. And so it doesn't need a lot of upgrading as we typically experience with historical buildings. But that said, in the same way that $500,000 can support the refurbishment of a historic building for its preservation, this $500,000 will support the preservation by keeping it within the organization and securing its designation. Happy to take any questions and really appreciate the work that Councillor Hamilton has been doing on this file as well. That's it.
Thank you. Questions, colleagues?
I'm trying to get on the list.
Okay, Councillor Wright, go ahead.
Okay. I'm just wondering, what is the balance in the heritage or reserve?
Is our administration online? But I can say at a high level, what they've assured me of is that this would not negatively impact the reserve. Any building that's currently on the inventory could come forward for this amount. But happy for someone from administration to.
Councillor Stevenson, I can follow up with or Councillor Wright, sorry, I can follow up with the exact number. This can be accommodated within the reserve. It would not negatively impact the reserve.
And I guess what would be a negative impact? Like it's not going to clear it out, or what?
Yeah, so we had anticipated that we would use the rehabilitation, like this $500,000 would have been used for rehabbing the building. So this is in lieu of that to be able to purchase the site. So we had sort of predicted that this money would be allocated to the project in one way or another.
Okay. And has there ever been sort of a deviation of this from the policy before? Just
not that I can recall. There may be some deeper dives that the team would be aware of, but yeah, not that I recall.
Okay. And I'm just double checking the motion here. Sorry. Okay, that's all I have for now, I think.
Thank you. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm a little bit confused with just what I heard to one of Councillor Wright's questions, that the city was planning to give them $500,000 anyways grant, even though they're not yet a heritage designation?
No, after they purchased the building, there would have been work with our heritage team around some of the rehab, and so the opportunity here is to use the $500,000 in lieu of any rehab as part of the purchase.
Okay, but it still sounds to me like there would need rehab then.
Councillor Principe, this is Eric Backstrom, a senior planner responsible for heritage. If we were to do this agreement, this payment, if council were to make this exception, this payment would be in lieu of rehabilitation grants, which we understand. We haven't done a detailed inventory of the building. We understand the building is in good shape. They would be eligible for ongoing maintenance grants, and that's something that we would work with them over time in the future on.
Okay, and this is an exception because this is not something that we typically do, correct?
Correct.
All right. And what makes this building fit to be a heritage building?
Yeah, no, great question. We don't have any buildings that are any modernist or international style office buildings that are municipal historic resources. Edmonton's got this amazing endowment of modern architecture. And so, yeah, this would be the first modernist architecture, modern designed building that would be on the inventory. And it's designed by two local, very prominent architects, the O'Connors. Frida O'Connor was the first. She was the first female president of the Alberta Association of our Architects, and so just a significant couple there as well.
Okay, and does that include the annex building?
The no, just the main building is the one the O'Connors designed, if that's what you're asking.
Sorry, would that be included in the buying of it, and would it be included in the designation?
I do not believe the annex. I'm soft on that one. I don't believe that the annex would be part of the designation, but we'd have to look into the details.
Okay. All right. I have another question. Okay. I think those are my only questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So from the background of this motion, I saw the two grants involved. So the first grant is from allocating funds from the Heritage Reserve. So can you provide us information? What is the balance remaining right now in our Heritage Reserve?
Yeah, for sure, Councillor Rice. The existing balance as of this moment is, I think, in the $6.2 million range, and it's projected to be closer to $5 million at the end of the year. The Heritage Program deals with dozens of properties at a time at different stages of either proposal or they've been designated, but and some are receiving their grants. There's limits in terms of the rehabilitation grants for a commercial building or a multi-residential building. We give grants up to $500,000 in matching funding for rehabilitation. For individual houses, it's less. It's limited at $100,000. So we've got a whole bunch of these that we're balancing, and we work with finance on a quarterly basis to update that the projections and make sure that the reserve will be whole in the long term.
So because we have different reserve funding and in our city and under financial management, is there any rule or any policy allows the reserve transfer between Heritage Reserve to other reserve and as needed and for the city?
Law may want to jump in on this, but my understanding is that the way that the Heritage Reserve is defined, it would allow a use such as this.
Okay, so that's the number one grant. So that reserve is already there, and then is already including the budget to work over and to the next budget cycle as well, right?
Yeah, so this could fit again if this building were to be designated and then come into us for rehabilitation grants, we would work with them on that grant, and this is just a grant in advance to help them acquire the building, and then clause 3 of the motion that Councillor Stevenson read in would they would be required to apply to designate, and there would be a financial recourse if they didn't.
So Inform going to match the purchase costs and use the grant, this financial approach to support that. So does that mean, and for the future and for the maintenance, and because I do say in the background, the maintenance grant will be required in the future. So how much that maintenance grant could be? And I saw the numbers, 100,000 every 5 years, or there any deep analysis already in the place? Because if this building is going to designated as a heritage resources building, that means the maintenance is under our city's responsibility. We have to maintain that, or can you provide more clarification on that grant?
Sure. No, the owner of the building, if the building is designated as a municipal historical resource, the owner is legally required to maintain the building. The maintenance grant is just intended that after the rehabilitation that usually comes with designation, in this case wouldn't, because it's we're providing funding for another thing. After that, we do provide up to $100,000 every 5 years for their for maintenance purposes, just to help, because we understand that heritage buildings they're a little bit more complicated and costly and need to be maintained to a higher standard. In those cases, it's 1/3 matched in Councillor Rice. So we would provide up to $100,000, but that would mean they would need to spend $300,000. So it's basically the onus is on them to maintain it.
What is the funding source for that maintenance grant?
It's from the Heritage Reserve. So we have a certain portion of
still from Heritage Reserve. The maintenance grant is still from the Heritage Reserve.
Correct, and we track those and allocate sufficient to cover the needs that are out there in the city.
Okay, thank you very much. That's for your answer to my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. So that concludes the questions. Now to speak to this item, and we will start with Councillor Hamilton.
I'll be very quick. Thank you to the mover for bringing this forward. You know, I think about 3 years ago, maybe this conversation started, and it was with, and I think the premise on the table was that the building was going to be sold, and then the association itself, the Harcourt House Artist Society, folks would kind of get dispersed to the wind. And over the course of 3 years, we heard a lot about, and I personally learned a lot about how the last remaining artist-run centre in Western Canada, if not all of Canada, had been formed, how it remained together. And even today, I learned a little bit more about the historical significance of the structure in which they occupy. So I think Edmund from there is sitting in the audience today. So thank you for joining us. I'm really proud to support this, and I'm glad that we can give the organization a little bit more certainty in terms of their future while maintaining an important historic resource. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Stevenson.
Very briefly to close, thank you to all my colleagues for their questions. You know, to sum up, I think this is a great opportunity to support a notable, or preserve a notable historic resource. It is a unique opportunity for us to maintain this modernist icon in our community while also supporting our arts and culture. We have and also staying within our existing budgets, our existing allocations to support historic preservation in our city. So I encourage my colleagues to support, and thanks again for the conversation.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Knack.
I'm a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Wright. We are just sending the vote out momentarily. Perhaps. We are going to shut it down and resend it. Oh no, hang on, MJ, I got it over here. It's still live, we're just waiting for 4 more. Councillor Wright's a yes. Councillor Knack's a yes. We're just waiting for Councillors Rice and Cartmel, please.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Cartmel.
No.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, great. Okay. That is it, I guess, right? No, notice of motions are motions without customary notice. Seeing none, we are adjourned at 4:22.
Well, actually, sorry, I thought Councillor Knack had one, but maybe I'm wrong.
I don't know. Councillor Knack, you have one?
He may have logged off. He had a meeting.
Yeah, I realized there was a motion that we needed to clean up for FCM, and sorry, I don't actually have the wording in front of me here.
Oh, yes, yes, I
so
know
maybe-
what you're saying.
This was the one without customary.
Yeah, well, let's deal with that. Let's deal
Can
with
we
that.
just reconfirm that we have quorum and who's with us?
1, 2, 3, 4. Councillor Paquette is there. So that, and I see Councillor, I'll confirm, Councillor Cartmel, you there?
I'm here, yep.
And Councillor Rice, you there?
Yes, I am.
And Councillor Principe?
Yes, I'm here.
And I think Councillor Jan's here too, right? Okay, we have quorum. That makes the quorum, right?
Yeah, I'm here.
Good. Okay, let's deal with it. Who wants to?
Can I put forward a motion to allow Councillor Knack to make a notice of motion without customary notice?
Yes, need a seconder?
Second.
Okay, please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
I'm a yes.
Yeah, let's just give us.
Unanimously
No,
carried.
no, because I actually don't know that all 13
Okay.
of you were here. Just, I like the records to be
Okay,
right. The mover was Councillor Wright, and the seconder was
Councillor Hamilton.
Councillor Hamilton.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thanks, Councillor Hamilton.
I'm a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Knack.
Yes.
Councillor Stevenson.
I'm a yes.
I'm a yes.
Are they all here?
It is carried. Councillor Knack.
Yes, thank you. I think I've got the wording in front of me here. I move that the City of Edmonton nominates, the City of Edmonton nomination of Councillor Aaron Paquette to serve on the FCM Standing Committee on Finance, Infrastructure, and Transportation, and Standing Committee on Community Safety and Crime Prevention for the 2024-2025 term to the municipal election, October 20th, 2025, be approved, and that the costs associated with the attendance at the standing committees from the councilor's common budget and conference budget for an amount not to exceed $10,000 be approved.
Second.
Okay. You want to?
No need to introduce?
No
Nope,
need to introduce?
That's very clear.
We all love
Ready to
Councillor
vote.
Paquette. Right, so, yeah. Okay. All right. Are you okay with this, Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, I'm okay. We got the schedule now.
Okay. And you're gonna vote in favor of this, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Let's vote, please.
Yes,
I'm a
Madam
yes.
I'm a yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Salvador is yes as well.
Thanks, Councillor Salvador. Sorry, Councillor Knack, I'm not sure if you already voted verbally. I might have missed it.
I am a yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Any other notes or motions or motions without customary notice? Seeing none, we are adjourned at 4:26. Thank you, everyone. Yay, we got